What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Dr. James Tour interview after show, where I've got the opportunity to have conversation with doctors Ryan Carter, Cy Gart, and Ryan Hayes, all of them who are chemists and professors and doing things in research, and actually, take the time to read papers from they have the education to understand everything that's being talked about. And I know that all these things that we've been discussing in the Dr. Tor and I were talking about, we discussed in the the pre-show and in a variety of other streams and things that are going around on YouTube community in general about this topic of origin of life, and how so many things seem to be a little bit misunderstood or swept under the rug or just outright consciously ignored, because if you accept them, then it kind of annihilates some of your standard talking points. But that's a whole nother stream. We can go down that topic. But tonight, these experts have decided to come together before we do a kind of open room discussion. And as a kind of a panel, they're going to have some back and forth dialogue. I'm going to kind of step back as much as I can convince myself to step back and not ask probably stupid questions, and kind of let them talk back and forth. But they're going to be addressing some of the things directly in relation to origin of life in general, but then specifically the latest round of videos from Dave Farina, also known as Professor Dave Explains, in relation to, it's just to be quite blunt, his attacks on Dr. Tor's supposed ignorance of chemistry. And anyway, so without further ado, I'm going to kind of turn things over to the good doctors, let them kind of have some conversation. I will be paying attention to chat, so they're going to be talking for a while. I know we got Dr. Hayes for about maybe 30 minutes. So as they're talking, if things really strike you, tag me with some questions. I might be able to get 3 or 4 questions into them, but I'm guessing they're going to be talking about things at a very high level. I know they already kind of were creating an outline earlier today about things they wanted to discuss. So, gentlemen, thanks so much for taking the time to join us. Appreciate it very much. I know the audience does as well. Turn it over to y'all and let you guys kind of start talking from here. What are the things that have really been striking you the most about these things that have been coming up lately? Dr. Hayes, maybe if you go first.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to. Well, first of all, I'm excited that, because it's so easy to ignore the chemistry that's going on. I think what's happened for many years has just been a small group of people looking at the origin of life from a chemical perspective. So I think the fact that we're diving deeper into the chemistry, great thing. Now we're going to learn how life works at a very fundamental level. So I'm excited about that level, and the back and forth is going to happen. It has different perspectives and opinions on what the results mean. And but we're all trying to look at the science, see how it works. I'm a chemist. I've made nanomaterials. I work in nanopolymers. I help run a little company at a university. So I've been in there working with chemicals. Have I worked with amino acids? Yeah, a little bit. But am I trying to make life? No, that's not what I've been tasked to do. And it's amazing how we tear down each other just because, well, you haven't done a little bit of work here in this area, but I've been doing chemistry, and I like to say I've been practicing doing it for 30 years. 26 of it more as a professional. So yeah, I've been trying to get into this area for quite a while. So it's interesting to see Professor Dave going after. I mean, he's a professor; he teaches. So, but Dave Farina, it is kind of laughable, but I want to take him serious. He presents some things and that we should try to talk about. So I'm happy to talk about a lot of the different topics. I'm still researching and looking at the things that he did. So I'm not claiming that I know everything, but I'm not convinced that his arguments nail the coffin shut on design argument. So I'll turn it over to James. I don't know, what did you guys talk about in the pre-show?
James, Dr. Gart, why don't you respond to that?
Okay. Believe it or not, I can't remember. I was so excited. I was so excited to hear Jim Tor speaking just now that I forgot what James and I talked about. I think we just I think we said something about the whole idea of a guy who is basically at the instructor level with a bachelor's degree, claiming that a professor like Jim Tor, who
Yeah.
Well, we heard his accomplishments, and the idea that he hasn't worked in abiogenesis, so to speak, means he can't critique, the field is just absurd. And he gave a very good presentation about how we all review things that are not exactly what we work on. And
yeah, right.
He said he gets 10 papers a day. I mean, I never got that many, but I got certainly 10 a month to review, and they're not in my field, and so you have to do a little research and you look things up, and once you have some experience, it's not a big deal. So that whole argument by Farina is just nonsense.
Yeah.
And I was very happy to hear in this interview that he mentioned this paper by Ricard, which I actually have a copy of it, and I jotted down a couple of things from that paper. I don't know I think it may be pronounced Ricard. I mean, he's basically saying what Jim Tour has been saying, and that is that the paper's title is, let me see, I have it right here. The title of the paper is Prebiotic Chemistry and Human Intervention. So that's the problem, okay? And one of the things that he writes in this paper is, quote, "After all, it is not easy to see what replaced," this is talking about the origin of life on the early Earth, "what replaced the flasks, pipettes, and stir bars of a chemistry lab during prebiotic evolution, let alone the hands of the chemist who perform the manipulations." So, this is a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but it's basically exactly what Jim Tour has been saying for years, is that if you're going to study abiogenesis, you can't have all these nice pure compounds and all these nice laboratory equipment that people do to run the reactions. And that's not a very profound statement. It's just obvious that has to be the case. So I don't understand all the reaction against this. I mean, it's obviously true. And a lot of people who are neither Christians or theists, in fact, Ricard himself is not a theist. He says most of us are not comfortable with the idea of divine intervention in this context. So he's talking about most biologists who are not theists.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, but still they agree that if you're going to try to understand the origin of these complex biomolecules, you can't act as if you have a laboratory there and everything was purified and done the way organic synthetic chemists do it.
So I would jump in here and say, if I was doing this kind of research, I would probably do the same. I would take purified chemicals and start to learn the behavior of the dynamics, the kinetics, the stability. But I think I try to be a little bit more forthcoming. This is not plausible, but we need to then go back and repeat these reactions under more plausible conditions, and you keep working yourself backwards. And I that's what I don't hear. I don't hear that. You don't hear that message coming through. Okay, yeah, these aren't necessarily the right conditions. We need to go back and research. This victory is being claimed well in advance of these other. So I'm doing work right now where I've got some nanopolymers that are really good at pulling up pure water. Well, does that work under the same conditions if we start putting different ions in there, calcium and magnesium? So it did really well in distiller. So now let's start making the situation a little bit more complicated, and we'll allow out those copper ions when there's other things screening in there. So I can't claim because I've got some selectivity, and I've been burned on those kind of things before. When your first reaction, you see some really exciting data, then you got to run all those, and you got to make it more complicated. You got to start the complexity in there to simulate the actual environment that's going to work in. And I think that's where James Tour is coming from, and a lot of us who actually practice chemistry is the situation is a lot more complex. Let's see under these more with all the other that could possibly in there. I mean, we don't even know how to. It's not only simulating the chemical reactions; you can simulate the junk that's there. That's how do you do that? How do you do that?
Something in line kind of with what you guys are talking about now. And I think, Dr. Gar, I think you may have mentioned this the other night. I forget who it was. Anyway, the one of the things that was brought up, and James, I know you teach multiple aspects of this, so it probably makes sense to you as well. The organic or the prebiotic chemistry, there is a lot less exciting, I think was the word, might have been the word that was used, than like biochemistry. Like, hey, we know this is what happens, right? In these kinds of environments, there's not just all these like ridiculous amounts of unknowns in terms of what's going back to the point you're making, Dr. Hayes, in terms of the plausibility of something. Is that fair? Like, there's not just all these amazing unknowns that we haven't already, encountered on many occasions in terms of the kinetics and the stability and the different factors that you were talking about. Is that what I'm saying there makes sense, Dr. Carter?
Yeah, and the chemistry is the same elements, the same periodic table, no matter where you are in the universe, and there's only so many different types of functional groups and reactions. So just because it's like saying, well, I don't know how to write poetry because all I write is science, even though I can speak the English language and I know all the letters of the alphabet. It's like, well, that's simply just not true. It may not be the thing that I do every single day of my life and expertise, but a chemist understands the types of reactions that take place, the types of reactions that can't take place, the favorable and unfavorable conditions, and a lot of times what is excluded because unfortunately some of the conclusions have become almost propaganda is the kind of things that are left out. Like, well, we didn't tell you that we had to remove this chemical from the mixture because it started to decompose after a few hours, or it kept reacting with this other, the other chemicals that were in there, or they started oxidizing, or they, we started creating so many molecules that were not relevant that it made it more difficult to analyze them. There's just so much that we're not seeing even in the publications that goes on behind the scenes that chemists have an idea, but we're not even aware unless we're in the lab with them about what some of these adverse reactions are. So certainly we can talk the talk, speak the language. Dr. Tour understands the same things that we're talking about. We understand the same things that the original life researchers are talking about, even if we're not at the bench doing the same kind of work.
Right.
So is it fair to say, and I think that's kind of the point, one of the points Dr. Tour is making in my conversation with him, is
one moment.
If you understand chemistry, you can read the papers and read through their processes and their methods and everything and be like, okay, that makes sense, or it doesn't make sense in terms of the repeatability, the plausibility, in terms of the environment in which it's being conducted, in whether or not be in like in relation to prebiotic environments, things of that nature. It's not something. The reason I'm asking this question is it seems like a lot of laypersons think that somehow, unless you are the one in there doing the experiment, that means that you couldn't possibly understand what you're reading. Uh-huh. And I think it kind of correlates with what you were talking about writing science versus writing a poem, Dr. Carter. But I mean, if somebody said that in a group of PhD chemists and somebody came in and yelled that across the room, what kind of response would there be to that individual? Would you be like, who is this nutcase?
Right. Yeah.
Is that kind of a fair? You might not say it out loud. It might be you guys. Generally academics are a little bit more nice than me, but I'm like, get out of here, idiot. I mean, you guys can kind of be like, what is happening right now? Is that fair?
Well, but there's areas that are comfortable discussing and having common opinions and have an expertise. Certainly not everything that's chemistry I aim to know, but I feel like I get up practicing that for many times. So, but we're always having to think about and comment and understand things that are out of our laboratories. We all have to do that as part of being a professional. What other industry that do you go in that you only just do your one and you never comment, deal with another topic? Right. Everybody's dealing with something outside of their little expertise area. So it's a fallacy.
One of the things every time I hear this kind of talking point brought up, one of the things I always think about is, my background's in software, and I think about like all the code audits that are done, and learning another API that was built, or going and analyzing a system that was created by another set of developers. I mean, a full stack dev can go in and take a look at the code. It might take them a minute, but they can sit there and analyze it and be like, oh, well, okay, that makes sense. See what they're doing here. Oh, they're making this connection. Okay, cool. Here's the function, et cetera, et cetera. And nobody would ever argue that person couldn't possibly comprehend what's going on.
Yeah.
Or potentially recreate the same function, in this context, recreate the method that was used to potentially reach the same kind of reactions. And I just don't understand. I think, would you guys say that it's almost to me, it seems like a propaganda piece to kind of gloss over the underlying issues that you guys have been talking about so far? Would you, Dr. Gart, would you say that's a fair?
Well, I would go even further. I got to tell you that when you say propaganda, I would take it further, and that is, this may sound a little radical, but I'm very concerned right now with what I see as a very strong propagandic movement from atheism to actually deny real science. And there are several examples of that. I've had debates and arguments, a couple of YouTube debates with people who are not scientists, mind you, who claim that the genetic code is not a real code. And it's just, I take down 3 textbooks from behind on my bookshelf, and I point out where it says the genetic code, and it never claims that this is just a metaphor, which you've heard. And this bothers me because, people who claim that they revere science, who claim that they are completely in favor of the scientific explanation of the world, are denying the realities of science because it suits their ideological view. And this is exactly what many atheists are accusing Christians of doing, right? Using the Bible, et cetera,
being science stoppers.
Exactly. But it's actually happening from them. And a lot of what I heard in Dave's videos fit into that. It was twisting the scientific information to conform with his view, or that standard view that all of nature is easily explainable by the laws of chemistry and physics, including the origin of life. It's all, autocatalytic cycles, and it's all, evolution going all the way back to the beginning. And this is just not scientifically valid. There are no scientists who agree with that. I mean, I will say one thing about the origin of life that I don't think is disputable by anyone. It's extremely difficult. And Jim makes this point all the time. It's been 70 years, and we are still, and I'm getting even beyond the chemistry, and now I'm talking about the biochemistry. We are so far from understanding it. Why is that? Think of all the amazing successes that he mentioned, photosynthesis, the quantum effects in photosynthesis. You made some very good points there, John. That's fascinating stuff. That's amazing. We were able to find out, but we're making no progress in the origin of life. What does that tell us? It tells, if nothing else, it tells us it's an extremely difficult problem, extremely difficult. And, we should take the idea that somebody like Dave will say, well, we know how it works. It's, and waves his hands and comes up with these ideas, which he claims everybody knows, except people who don't, follow what he apparently knows. This is terrible. This is science denialism at its worst.
Yeah.
And I'm disturbed by that. I really am. I find that very troubling.
I feel the same way. I feel like there's a blind eye that's being turned the science that we know of how life works and the mechanisms that are at play. I spend a lot of time trying to help people define the problem, because I don't think that's relatively known. Hey, we just make a few ingredients and then they snap together
Right.
by self annealing mechanism.
Right.
But that's not what we see. We don't see that happen. And that's not how life actually works. And when we look at how life actually puts amino acids together, everything that's happening in abiogenesis research right now is not what is in cells. And so whatever they come up with, whatever mechanism developed, whether it be these autocatalysts using minerals or mineral surfaces, all of that has to somehow switch over. And magic little wand that evolution will come along and fix all of that once you kind of get it started. Happening in cells is completely different than the origin of life researchers are coming up with. So they're going to come up with a system, and then they got to figure out how to switch over to the way cells actually work. Right. So I like to get the scope of, and we don't even know like how many hundreds and thousands of different chemicals that have to come together all at the same at the right concentrations, and actually under pretty high concentrations that are hard to achieve, and doing that before they degrade, and so I just getting the right chirality. So I think they're part of my would say I feel like what I need to do help define the problem, and so how many molecules are we talking about? And I don't think anyone really knows what the minimum set is. We know it's quite a bit. And then how fast things degrade, how we need to pull all of that. We need to get a big picture, because right now, hey, if you get the ingredients, you're good. It's done. Life's going to happen.
In line with what you guys have all kind of been touching on, and unfortunately, Dr. Rob Stadler was traveling tonight. But I mean, he and Dr. James Tan published a book, Stairway to Life, last year, where they kind of did a very recent kind of assessment of where things stand. And they made the point. And Dr. Torres made the point, I think all three of you have been making the point in different aspects tonight, of we're not getting closer. We're getting, like, the things we're realizing
further
that have to be accounted for are growing.
Right.
Now, we might be gaining a little bit of understanding of this one and this piece and whatnot, but then we find turns out there's actually 10 more. Oh, we figured out one. Oh, wait, turns out there's 10 more we have to account for. So we're the low. Am I correct in stating that it's almost like the goalpost is being moved further away? For every step we take, we find out there's 10 more. Is that fair? Dr. Carter?
Yeah, I even go as far as saying that with the 70 years of looking at it, and what we know about chemistry and physics and probability, that we can easily come to the conclusion that the idea that life can arise by natural processes is actually going against what is possible. So we've gotten to the point now that we can be totally safe in concluding that, you can spend some time tinkering in the lab trying to figure out how to get maybe a couple of the building blocks to assemble on their own, or see what you can pull out of even a naturally occurring geothermal pool somewhere, or add some basic ingredients and see if they come together. But to get them in the right order, to get them to be stabilized so that they can start interacting with each other, I mean, we can get into the explanation of how that's not possible, but we share the frustration with Dr. Tour that trying to get what's in our head into a format that's easy for everyone to follow, that's not a chemist, would take the rest of our lives. Like Tour said, he could be doing this for the rest of his life, and so that's why Ryan and a couple other scientists we're trying to make these explainer videos to help describe why this is so problematic. What are the remaining problems, and why they may never be solved. We're almost done with our first animation. It should be released pretty soon. We're excited about it, but I don't want to say take our word for it either, because that would be appealing to authority. But I hope that this discussion, this sort of can of worms that Dave has opened up and that Dr. Tour has fertilized, results in more people saying, you know what, chemistry was always scary to me, or as a class I always hated, but I think I'm going to go back and learn some of this stuff, because now I have some motivation to try to understand what can and cannot happen with chemistry, or what's going on, or what am I missing here, or how is this working, how is it not working. So that's kind of my hope. I'd like to see not so much of this hype and this hyper exaggeration of the findings that you see that get passed from paper in the conclusion section to the media to the popular science articles. I think it's unfair and it's misleading. And this whole idea that if you don't understand evolution, that our whole society is going to come to a collapse if you don't believe that life came about over a process that was taking billions of years. I mean, I took classes for 27 years. About half of that was science classes. I certainly learned about evolution, but in the real world, I never once used it.
Yeah.
I did all sorts of research in the lab, and I'm familiar with most of the principles, but it just isn't something that most scientists really have to deal with on a day-to-day basis, in a practical basis. They make it sound like, oh yeah, we wouldn't have computers, we wouldn't have space exploration if it wasn't for the almighty Darwinists and this idea that that it's a science stopper. I mean, there's been many examples where the opposite has occurred, where progress has been halted because of this idea that things weren't designed, that things are sloppy and things are haphazard and they're not directed and there's no purpose, and not just stopping science, stopping people's meaning in life or will to live. I mean, these have serious ramifications. This isn't just people, doing debates for fun. I'm coming out of the woodworks because I'm very, very concerned with the outcome that people being misled or misunderstanding things can result in. And so I hope this is a catalyst that really wakens up a lot more people, calls out a lot more scientists out of their laboratories. And I know a lot of them are introverts, so it's hard to get on YouTube Live and discuss these things, but we're examples of some scientists that want to discuss this stuff and cogitate on these ideas and explain things to those willing to listen, and join Dr. Tour in analyzing the problems. And so I hope this is kind of a call to arms for people to come forward and join the ranks.
In line with kind of to give an example of what we were talking about, things just like being glossed over, right? The other day I was watching a lecture on the sodium potassium ion channels and the pump for the gradient, the charge balancing, everything. I'm sitting there going through. I mean, I'd learned this stuff years ago, but I was going into much more detail, to higher level understanding. I was listening to a lecture, and they're showing animations, all these kind of things of it, and I was just sitting there like, good night, this is nuts. Right before even getting into the insulation cells and like the way that the impulses are directed and the voltage meters, I'm like, hang on, there's voltage calibration that's like moving alpha helices that are like charged specifically to open the gate. I'm like, what? And then I just out of curiosity, I Googled it, and the sodium ion channel has 1,840 amino acids, all in one protein, and I'm just like, okay, that's nuts. And I was reading a paper on the functional information calculations and the necessities for functional bits, and all those different things. I was kind of thinking about that in relation to something that's 260 functional bits is beyond the probability of the total possible trials available in a 13.7-year-old universe or a billion-year-old universe. Mm-hmm. There's not enough trials available to get something that needs 260 functional bits. And then you're talking about something that has 1,840 amino acids necessary for it. And many of them have to be in specific positions to conduct a mechanical function. I mean, to me, this kind of stuff just takes things to a whole new level of you're actually arguing with a straight face that you think this just created itself. I have a very hard time taking that seriously,
I mean, it's what James was just talking about. It's this. If you ask an atheist or even some atheist scientists, how did all this happen? And you were talking about, sodium potassium pumps. I mean, that's trivial when you compare it to some of the other. Welcome to biochemistry. I mean, look at the protein synthesis system. I've been struggling to find a way to explain to lay people how this thing works. And it's so hard to do that because there's nothing else that we know of that comes anywhere close to it. No man-made machine, no factory, nothing is like this. It's just unbelievable. And the problem, if you ask them, how did all this stuff happen? What they'll tell you is it evolved. Yep. It happened by evolution. It got better and better, slowly got better and better. And eventually it started very simple and then it became more complex. You can't, that doesn't work. Even if you accept Darwinian evolution, you can't have evolution before you have protein synthesis, because you have to be able to replicate the cell almost perfectly in order for evolution to work. And you can't replicate a cell perfectly unless you can make all the proteins that you need to give the cell its characteristics, its phenotype.
And we can't look at it as just a one-part system. It's not enough just to have the potassium channel.
That's only part of it, right?
That would be catastrophic if you just had the channel. If you can't regulate that thing, I mean, you're talking about making a dangerous, a deadly, either surplus or shortage of potassium or sodium. I mean, you can't just step by step have something like that come along. It would get started, destroy the cell before it ever had a chance to replicate that wonderful new feature that just evolved. If you don't have a way of regulating it, or if it was, it let in a different metal ion that's a different size than the potassium ion or the sodium ion. I mean, it has to. What if it just let in, 20 different metals, including mercury and cadmium and all these things that denature proteins? These have to work in systems. These have to be all part of a preformed functioning system, because having something pop into existence can be catastrophic. Even going back to the RNA world, if you have a ribosome, an RNA that folds into a three-dimensional structure that has enzymatic activity, it speeds up chemical reactions. What if the first thing that popped up was an endonuclease ribosome, something that chopped to pieces other RNAs, including copies of itself? or what if that wasn't regulated? What if you just used up all your monomers faster than they can be made, and now they're all tied into a useless floppy polymer until they can start breaking down again? It's there's so many factors that you have to keep in place and compartmentalized, but also localized. You don't want them getting too far apart, diffusing out, but you also don't want some reactions to be happening at the wrong place or the wrong timing or too quickly. You don't want to create so much heat in an exothermic reaction that you suddenly denature the cell because the enzyme was too fast, or there's just so many things that you have to realize that have to co-occur at the same time, or it's deadly or useless.
We see that, just real quick. That's even only part of the picture, because there's systems that are regulating, have detected in there, who are sensing various things that if they get out of whack, they have to send out signals, and so that repair systems can come in, and things are constantly being repaired. Why are they being repaired? Because there's so much damage that's taking place, even in a living system. So, and all of those are regulated. And even in the simplest organisms, they have the repair mechanisms. And to me, that shows that a lot of the thermodynamics, we live on a very dangerous planet. It is constantly bringing down all of the molecules that we need for life. The radioactive, nasty, toxic molecule. And everything is toxic. That's why DNA in our bodies. But we have systems that are in detecting it. And all those systems were on the DNA repair mechanisms were elucidated out of E. coli, very simple living systems that and DNA repair mechanisms. If you don't know what to repair, If you come along with tape and you needed an eraser to fix the mistake, you're still there. So you got to have the right chemical knowledge of how to fix the mistake. And there's just so many chicken and egg scenarios that there isn't really a good. This is for the simplest systems, and that we're just seeing. I think the frustration I have is, oh, we got a few ingredients. Okay, life's going to happen. No, how do you get all the regulatory, the detection, the repair, and because all the molecules of life degrade over time at various rates, and I just don't see the honesty in the big picture, because we know all of the stuff that's in living, so we know a lot of this, but hey, you put the ingredients together, they'll snap together. But where's that science? Where's that science they snap together?
You know, one of the things that in the second half of my interview with Dr. Tour, one of the things that he kind of mentioned was, we were talking more about, you know, just life in general and the way we view the world. And he was relaying to me, and I would be curious to see if you guys think similar to this. You know, as you're walking around and just viewing the world, when you're thinking about it from an understanding of what's happening from a chemical and a biological level, it puts just your day-to-day existence and observations of life into a totally different perspective. And one of the things Dr. Tour mentioned was that he realizes and recognized that our very existence biologically is controlled chaos from a chemical perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And that we're on the edge of just, you know, figurative implosion, right? If we didn't have all these regulatory components you guys are kind of mentioning right now in place, like all this stuff is just complete chaos. And he kind of talked about how to him, that was just one of those kind of awe-inspiring concepts. Does that, would you agree with that? Or do you guys think any of that way when you're kind of just observing things? I'd love to get y'all's opinion on that concept. Dr. Gar, maybe?
Well, I absolutely agree. I mean, if you study, for example, the detailed kinetic mechanism of how a single enzyme, a protein enzyme, catalyzes a reaction, okay, you see the chemical reactions of the active site amino acid with the substrate. You see how an energy source, maybe ATP, comes into the enzyme and it helps it split it. And in that single reaction is very interesting from a chemical point of view. But then you have to realize the amount of that enzyme is, as Ryan was saying, is regulated very carefully. It can't be too much, can't be too little, has to be the right amount. The enzyme is carrying out probably one reaction in a chain of anywhere from 10 to 20 different reactions, each of which occurs in a stepwise fashion, often on a solid substrate, so that the product of one reaction becomes the reactant of the next reaction, and that keeps going until at the end you have a new lipid or a new something, a new molecule that life needs. And that just keeps expanding. I don't know if you've ever seen, John, a metabolic chart. You know, we all have them on our walls, right? Those charts are absolutely overly simplified. People have said, look how complex that is. And I say, complex? That's not even close.
Are you saying that's the dumbed down version? Is that what you're saying?
Well, you can't put it all on one chart. That's the point. The most complex charts you ever see are still extremely simple compared to the reality, because the repair is not there. The chaos of mass action, which is, you know, all these molecules floating around in the cell in solution and then jumping onto solid surfaces, and then all the regulations of genes. I mean, genes express themselves, they make proteins, but they're not all doing it all the time. There's a huge set of gene regulatory mechanisms that we're just now beginning to understand the complexity of those. And that makes everything else pale in comparison. I mean, you've got networks in higher organisms of, 40 or 100 different genes all regulating each other. I mean, you can't even understand it. It's just amazing. So it is chaos, but it works.
Something else I would love for you guys to kind of explain to the audience is, the complexity you're talking about, Dr. Gart. The average person thinks about this from a linear perspective. And I think the reality of, especially with eukaryotes, the three-dimensional variables that have to also be accounted for. Like, oh, we think about, oh, it's a gene and it's like this long thing. Okay, cool. And you have the whole, the beads on a string analogies and all those kind of things. So
Yeah.
am I correct in stating
You're right.
that?
That's why Jim keeps talking about chirality. That's a three-dimensional issue. It's not just you have a molecule which you paint as a sphere and then hits another molecule which you paint as a sphere, and then you get a reaction. I mean, they have to be the right shape. One has to be a left hand and one has to be a right hand, or they have to both be left hands, which I can't do, but you get the point. Yeah. I mean, it's structure. It's three-dimensional real structure. And it's all, of course, in this tiny, tiny microscopic level, which just makes it incredible. I mean, I can't imagine how anyone can not be a biochemist. I mean, for me, it's like it's just incredible. It's just wonderful to look at this stuff.
Working way up to be a biochemist, so I'm starting to get. I'm more of a organic chemist. So I,
missing out, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm working my way up. I haven't achieved that greatness yet. But I, just the physical problems of having a string. Most people can relate to having long cords of, extension cords or rope, and I'm so amazed. Put a rope or something in a box, and I'll try to pull it out. Where all these knots come from? Hey, talk about deal with long hose. Where are all those knots come? All I'm doing is picking up the ball of tube, that I've got kind of balled up, and I'm moving, and then it's knotted all the time. I'm so frustrated, and it's not that long. When we look at DNA, life has to deal with the string that DNA is. It is
6
so
feet of it crammed into a little nucleus of a cell.
It is, it is so.
For humans.
I wonder, it probably breaks 6 feet in our cells, and in our bodies, we have 40, it's kind of debated, somewhere 35, 42 trillion cells, 6 feet of DNA. In one body, there's 42 billion miles of DNA. And if some of that goes wrong, you got cancer and you're going to die. And that's constantly being fixed. But how do you deal with the string? How do you deal with string?
That's a mystery. We don't know.
It's going to not. Well, I think that it's going to help that. It's wrapped, but you have to deal with that problem. You can't just, we've got DNA. It's going to make protein build up, and it's no good. A knot in it, and it's useless at that point.
Something I would assume you guys probably. I mean, I know you know about what I'm about to say, and may take it for granted. I don't know, but to me, just learning about the histone modification processes and like the different proteins and the things that they're doing to unwrap and decompress and recompress different components of the chromosomes. To me, just that in and of itself, I'm like, that's nanotech on such an extreme level. And I know, Dr. Hayes, I know you work specifically in nanotech, and I know that Dr. Tour has at a very high level. But I'm guessing that's probably one of the reasons, just because of what you guys have done in the synthetic, making nanotech arena. As you're observing these machines, I'm assuming. I'm not
absolutely.
All chemists do this, but it's just like there's no way I can.
Life, even we'll say, look at that simple organism. We're using the wrong words. It is so high tech nanotechnology that look how small it is. Life in parts, efficient, and when they're breaking down all the time, so they're being recycled. It's recyclable. It's using renewable resources. It's all the pinnacle of everything that we're trying to do with our other technology in our world. It's already been accomplished, and so evolution fixed this. It's the great evolution of the gaps is figured it all out. But it is high tech, and I think we got recognizing, and a lot of folks do. It's the cell is a chemical factory. It's a high tech chemical factory. And we got to start looking at life as a high-tech nano chemical factory that makes tons of different chemicals that it needs. Why? Because they're not available out in nature. They're not available naturally. So it has to make the things that it needs.
Dr. Carr, in line with that, not available in normal nature, Dr. Carr, I'd love to get your opinion about one of the talking points from, I'm just going to say it, from Wannabe Dave's latest round of videos. where he doubled down on his position that if you have a machine that can synthesize biomolecules, that therefore that means it's not that complicated and we understand how they could have formed. What's your opinion about that that concept? Would you say that that explains the origin because we can build a machine that can perform processes?
Well, he did us a favor. He showed it takes intelligence to create the machines that create the other machines. Yeah, one of the beauties of these pathways, which are really like assembly lines in a factory, a really complex factory where everything has to be humming along just nicely, and you got to make sure that there's enough of your seed material, your starting substances that have to be packaged in carefully, and keep things running along the line. You know, you remember that old I Love Lucy video where they're working at the chocolate factory and they obviously are inexperienced and don't know what they're doing, and pretty soon everything starts backing up and they can't keep up with all the chocolate going by, so they start eating them. And you know, these biochemical pathways are kind of like that too. And you know, you'll frequently see like a fork in the road of the pathway where you have, you know, an enzyme that will take this very first product and turn it into another one and then another one. You get to a branch point because you need two different products out of that starting material. Like maybe it's a sugar and you need to end up with two different chemicals that have different functions, different uses in the body. And as an engineer or a pre-planner or assembly line engineer, you'd say, where am I going to put the regions that control how much goes to the left and how much goes to the right? And then guess what? It's always exactly where you expect it to be. There's another spot on this enzyme here where this product will come back and attach to it and shut it off so that it goes to the other side now more. And then as soon as you start to get low on this one, then there's not enough to block this enzyme, and then the assembly line can keep running that way. Or maybe one of those end products goes back and stops the one at the very beginning. Not any of these other 5 or 6 along here, which the cell could survive even if you regulated these, just not as efficient. It's not as masterful and efficient if you shut off the master starting block enzyme, the first one in the assembly line. You want to shut the power off at the beginning, not end up with a bunch of useless downstream products or accumulated products that reach toxic levels or that burn through all of your supplies.
You know, what you're talking about there, when we really think about you kind of alluding to this earlier about the cellular signals and the different communication pathways that are affecting from extracellular signals. I mean, oftentimes from the literal other side of the proverbial, biological universe, right? XYZ hormone is sent and then read by a signal gathering protein on the surface of the cell that then sends a pathway down into the nucleus to express XYZ gene. I mean, to me, when you think about that level of communication that's necessary to execute some of these different things that we take for granted, it's just a simple chemical reaction. Like, okay, you do realize there was like a electrical signal that came down here. Then there was like electrochemical balance points that had to be met in order to trigger XYZ signal to then go and express a specific gene. And then there was like, destination addresses put in the ER, like to go over and, send it over to, this portion that's in another part of the body. I mean, to me, when you think about the communication and the logistics that are necessary for those things to be accomplished, before you even contemplate what you guys are talking about in terms of on the molecular level, this is all the stuff that has to happen. I'm talking about just from the conceptual perspective, like just that kind of, if-then mapping, right? If you were doing that in a software system, for example, right? Like, okay, we're in kind of a user flow of like, here's what we're going to do. In this scenario, okay, send them over here. Nobody would ever consider that if when I had my software company, I used to do that all the time, right? Like we were mapping out, functions and user stories and all this kind of stuff for, a new system. Nobody would ever argue that if you came up with one of those charts, that could have ever possibly happened, no matter if you had an infinite amount of time and an infinite number of universes to work with. That would never happen.
Well, think about it. Think about this, John. We know a lot about biochemistry and how cells work. Okay, we really do know pretty much. Well, I wouldn't say all of it, but an awful lot of it. And we've known it for some time. And there was a period there where some very advanced folks were thinking about, well, we know so much. Why don't we just build a cell? We know all we need to do it. And they tried. They never came close. And they knew all the systems. They knew all the, the repair enzymes, all the regulatory material. Everything is known, but it didn't matter. It couldn't be put together. It cannot be put together. And that field is dead. Nobody's trying that anymore. Nobody's trying to make a living cell anymore. That's gone. That's accepted. Everyone, the consensus is we can't do it ever.
So to go back to the concept of propaganda that we were talking about early on, I mean, the whole, we're making progress on proto-cells argument. I mean, we still hear that one put forth very aggressively. Are you saying that is more of kind of a surface level talking point rather than an actually substantive concept from the on the ground research that's actually being performed?
If you define a protocell as a micelle, in other words, a lipid vesicle, like a soap, which forms a micelle, and inside that micelle you have some stuff, some chemicals, and you call that a protocell? Yeah, that's trivial. Anyone can do that in a lab. It's easy to make micelles. You just throw soap and water, and you see bubbles of those. Those are very tiny micelles. And
every
then
time you wash your clothes, you're making protocells.
There you go. So and yeah, you throw in enough stuff, some of it'll get trapped in the micelle. But is that a protocell? No, that's just an enclosed bubble. And you can make it a little more sophisticated. You can throw in some amino acids, maybe a couple of enzymes. But if I'm talking about a protocell, I want to see something that actually does the following, okay? It grows, it divides, it replicates itself with some accuracy. It may not have DNA, it may not have proteins. I don't care what it has, but do that. And if you get anything that can replicate itself, that's pretty good, because guess what? There is nothing in the universe that replicates itself outside of life, not even chemicals.
So in line with that, so there's the one of the standard talking points I hear all the time is, we created, I think one of them was like 149, it was an RNA sequence. So I think it was 100. One of them was 149 base pairs, something like that. The other one was like 153, and they were able to get it to replicate.
Wow. Replication is misused in that term. This is they get additional strands, but it's not by template replication. It's by ligation. So one end makes a copy, extends itself. So it's more like a crystal growth than an actual replication. Okay, that's just a side note. I mean, it's only for the biochemists in the room. But this is Gerald Joyce, and for some reason, he's decided to use the word replication where it really doesn't belong. That's my view.
So would you say it's one of those examples of misinterpretation? Well, we'll be generous. We'll say misinterpretation by the media, for example, or the layperson that like, it replicated, and expert says it did. Therefore, anybody who says otherwise, just they're living in the God of the Gaps world and wanting to deny everything of.
Yeah, I mean, Joyce is an honest guy. He's not doing this deliberately. He just uses the term in a way that's unfortunate, because it doesn't. It's nothing like the process of replication that DNA does. Now, remember, even DNA doesn't self-replicate. It uses enzymes to do it. No chemical can make copies of itself.
Right.
Yeah, something I would love to.
Professor Dave brought the very same issue about self-replicating RNA and said, hey, look, there's selection going on too. The ones that they got shorter and replicated faster. And I'm like, you didn't see the irony in that
right.
Chemical selection is going to favor shorter and shorter sequences because they replicate faster. So how are you going to get your complex molecules? How are you going to get your ribozymes that are long enough to actually fold into a three-dimensional structure and do a function if the natural prebiotic process is just to favor whatever can reproduce the fastest? It doesn't lead towards complexity. It leads away from it.
That's right.
I think that's called Spiegelman's monster.
That's right.
There's all these monsters, and
Eigen's monster also. Eigen also had that.
Yeah, there's there's traps and chemical challenges that science, and from doing chemical reactions that that life has to overcome, and that the origin of life researchers are have to overcome. It's quite interesting to see ways that they're trying to come up with to get around the water problems, the Spiegelman's monster, Eigen's issue,
limit. Eigen's limit, right?
Yeah, and I think what I saw Dave Farina do was just validate actually everything James Tour, because what was Dave Farina doing in his videos? He was addressing James Tour's issues, chirality. He's just saying that it's all been solved, and that I think is what we're trying to. I think we're all going to try to take a little deeper look at. Really been solved, but Dave Farina has just validated everything that, in my mind, what James Tour was saying. Because why are you trying to answer James Tour if he doesn't know what he's talking about and he's an expert in this field? Then why are you trying to address it? James Tour, all the issues are going on in this field, and maybe Dave Farina just thinks it's already been figured, and I think that's the judge and jury are waiting. They haven't spoken on that anywhere close. So, there's just monsters and conundrums and scenarios that the origin of life researchers are just at the beginning of dealing with them. We're nowhere near the end. This is at the beginning.
One of the things that Dave brought up, and I forget it was a gentleman from one of the California universities. I forget, was Fitzgerald, maybe something. I forget the guy's name. They were talking about the reactions in water, and I don't know if you guys picked up on that, but he specifically stated, it was kind of in passing, but that it was inside of a biological environment where they were being able to account for those kinds of reactions. Yeah. And I'm like, isn't that the whole point that Dr. Tour was making? And I know you gentlemen have talked about it in the past as well. Like, well, of course it's doable inside of, of course it can happen in the biological environment because there's enzymes for that.
It's controlled.
So if you're claiming that, cool, it's accounted for in a synthetic environment with using enzymes to perform the reaction, how are you remotely addressing the point Dr. Tour is making in relation to a prebiotic environment when you don't have said enzymes and other things to account for it? And I remember when I was listening to the video, it really stuck out to me. I was like, did I just hear that? And I kind of rewound, because at the same time there was derision being directed towards Dr. Tour. And I don't know if you guys picked up on that in the videos, but that really, really stuck out to me. It was kind of concerning, to be honest, of like how many of the I'm a lay person, but I've read about this stuff, so it's kind of stuck out to me. But I would imagine that went over the head of 99% of the people that were watching it. Would you say that's fair?
It was such a hand wave to say, yes, the water paradox is a problem, but we've solved it, because if you can exclude water in some sort of non-polar hydrophobic little region, like you have a lipid encapsulation, I'm like, okay, that's fine for just a little bit of a portion, but it's not going to spend its whole life in a non-polar environment. You can't take, a protein that's in the cytoplasm and then stick it in the membrane and expect it to function the same way. It's going to unfold. And likewise, the proteins that are designed specifically to be woven in the water-fearing environment of the lipid membrane, they have all their hydrophobic side chains facing outward towards the non-polar environment in the membrane. If you put them in water, the reverse happens. Water tends to, make these into globular proteins with all the hydrophobic regions facing inward. It would completely invert the protein. So it's not like you can just safely stay in this cozy little non-polar environment indefinitely and say you've solved the water paradox.
Yeah. you can get some reactions to happen. But out of it's such a small environment, and you're very limited, and then you gotta deal with once you get done getting it released in water. Hey guys, I actually I love talking about this. I'm very supportive of Jay Tour and what he's doing, and love looking into this. I think this we're dealing with all the issues with origin of life, and there are so many conundrums that are chemically that are coming along the way. And so I look forward when James here and a few others releasing these videos and having more discussions about the actual chemistry of what it takes to make life. And we're only going to see the beauty that's there chemically. And I get so excited about this field and this topic, because we actually get to see how life works and all the parts that are together. Otherwise, it was just a black box. Oh, it just happens. And we get to see the thermodynamics, the kinetic, all of that coming together in the basis of life. So I wish I had a little energy for a little bit more, but life awaits. And so I hope we get to do this again soon.
Absolutely. Dr. Hayes, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. And I'd love to have you on again and have more of these on a kind of an ongoing basis. I think there's a grand opportunity for us all to kind of come out and swing for the fences in the variety of ways that we're all trying to do. So I appreciate it very much.
Thanks for what you're doing, John. Appreciate it.
Good to see you, Ryan. See you on Thursday. We meet each week to discuss these stuff. I look forward to my time with Ryan. He's a great guy.
Yeah, best time of the week. I look forward. That's what I really look forward to that. We got a great team of PhD scientists and begin. And and I appreciate Dave, for putting some stuff out there and getting us to dig deeper. And that's great. He does a lot of great stuff on the teaching side. Just don't appreciate his tactics. He's only serving to polarize the community by removing comments that are challenging him. I know guys from our group have tried to put comments, and they're gone within a little bit. So he's polarizing the community, and that's cool, honestly. But he's trying to pay him. He's trying to make a living too, run a YouTube channel. So can't follow me too much. But anyway, you guys have a good night, and I'll look forward to.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot, Dr. Hayes.
Yeah. Bye.
See you later.
All right, so gentlemen, before we open up the room, there's a couple of questions. So first one can come from Pine Creek, and just take the Dr. Carter. You may not know who Pine Creek is. Dr. Gart obviously does.
I do.
Okay, so
I like Doug. I think he's a great guy.
All right, so his question is: are there any chemical reactions that the panel would say does not require divine intervention?
Yeah. Of course, all the ones that lead to entropy and decay, oxidation. You leave your lid off of the olive oil bottle for too long, and the oxygen in the air will oxidize it. That didn't require God to do.
Frankly, Doug, I don't recall either of us saying that any chemical reaction required divine intervention. I think you're extrapolating a little. What we're saying, and this is what Jim Tour is saying, is that the purely naturalistic reductionist approach to understand the origin of life fails. Okay? Now, all of us have different ideas about what may be the right answer. I don't think James and I agree completely, or John, or everybody. I don't know what, I know that Jim Tour, for example, has said that he'd be very happy if somebody could come up with a purely naturalistic way that life could have formed. No one has come close to that. And divine intervention, it's possible, but it may not be the way it is in reality. It might be something more. The analogy I like to use is there was a point where physics was completely stalled. Nobody knew how you could explain the speed of light or things that Einstein later figured out was related to relativity, or quantum mechanics, which required a whole new kind of mathematics. I think that's where we are in biology. We're not getting there by saying that life is nothing but chemical reactions. That's not working. Life is more than that, and the origin of life requires more than that. What is the more? Well, it could be simply we need to come up with some new ideas. We may need to think about teleology, about purpose in the origin of life. Now, does that purpose come from God? It might. It might come from somewhere else. I don't have any idea. We're a long way from knowing this. But no one here is saying that this divine, that God is reaching down and sticking, the substrate onto an enzyme. So let's not deal with straw men, okay?
Well, we all know that Pine Creek is very fond of straw man. But he does say, let's get real, it's probably a little snarky. Thank you, Dr. Carter, for saying oxidization doesn't require a deity.
You're welcome.
Okay, so let's see. SFB mod says, how are nucleotides polymerized in a free-floating phosphate bath without artificial substrates as a cleave to push based bond barriers?
Well, I don't know if a free-floating phosphate bath even applies to origin of life scenarios, because at least on Earth, you don't see a lot of free-floating phosphate. It's usually tied up in insoluble precipitates like calcium phosphate. So there is, I think, one mineral that they've been exploring, schreibersite, I think it is, that may leach some phosphate when you put it in water under certain conditions. But that's one of the challenges is the phosphate having very, very easily ionizing and binding to metal cations like calcium does form these basically insoluble precipitates that turn into to rock. It's hard to do chemistry once that's come out of solution. The other thing is, once the phosphates are bound to things like the nucleobases like adenine, they're very unstable. I mean, you can just go on any biotech company that sells ATP or any of the nucleotide triphosphates, and they'll tell you the storage conditions and the rough shelf lives of these molecules, because they spontaneously lose 1, 2, or 3 of its phosphates just being in water, especially once it's in water. You can say, yeah, well, if it's stuck to clay or dry in a series of wet dry cycles, we can exclude some of the water that would hydrolyze it. But guess what? You're going to eventually have to get back in the swimming pool if you're going to want to play with the other chemicals. You can't stay bound to the clay forever, or you're not going to be able to and those molecules can't engage in other reactions. So water is going to be a perpetual problem, no matter how much you try to exclude it temporarily to override its tendency to chop things to pieces. Let's see how are the chemical bond barriers broken without pre-engineered design artificial? I'm not sure if I quite understand the question.
I think he's, well, I don't know if this is right. I think he's talking about, activation energy to get chemical reactions. You have to break the bond and form a new one, and that requires energy, and generally that energy is provided by the ATP molecule, which is produced ultimately by the photosynthesis we heard about. And so what you have is an enzyme that is able to reduce the activation energy through a number of methods, including changes in the conformation of the enzyme, which then reacts with the substrate and makes it more likely to react in a first stage. And then you could have a ATP, which then loses a phosphate, releasing energy, and you end up with a bond. So all of that's actually fairly explainable through standard chemistry. I think that what's this? How does that start without any of those engineered processes in place? Okay, well, yeah. I mean, that's what part of the problem that we were talking about is that how do you get a complex enzyme, which is a biochemical thing. There are no enzymes in nature outside of life. There are a few catalysts, but they're thousands of times less efficient than enzymes. So how do you get an enzyme, and how do you get that very complicated mechanism with ATP and binding of the substrate? How do you get all that when you don't have life? And that's one of the questions nobody knows the answer to.
Yeah, one of the things that really you guys have been talking and all night, and Dr. Tour and all these different interactions. One of the things that I've done is I've gone back and listened to lectures from Open MIT and some of those other sources on some of these different topics. And what really has struck me, and I'd love y'all's opinion on this, is for a lot of these, and I'm talking about undergraduate level classes, these different concepts are brought up and mentioned, but it's a very surface level explanation of what's having to happen. And where I'm going with all this is what I've really recognized, a lot of folks that I've interacted with here on YouTube specifically, is they argue oh, we've accounted for X. And I'm like, well, hang on. When I've listened to the lectures on these topics from, higher level education, but not in the the PhD level, right? And then the higher levels of education, given what I know about some of these different processes, from conversations with you guys and reading papers and being curious about it and watching animations, all that kind of stuff, what's actually having to happen, what's really struck me is the level of detail that's being communicated, especially for undergraduate level. Oh yeah, I took my biology class, took my biochemistry class, whatever. It's very surface level, in my opinion.
Yeah, it has to be.
I understand why people like a Dave Farina, for example, be like, oh, well, this is already accounted for.
Right.
And I'm like, you haven't accounted for 150 steps. And you're claiming we've accounted for X? This whole thing is solved. It really just blows me away every time I hear it, given my surface level. And I know that both of y'all's knowledge is exponentially higher than mine. And I'm like, if I'm being able to recognize that we're not even remotely accounting for these things, I'm talking about in the dialogue, in debates and things of that nature, and people are operating from this perspective that, we already know this. And if you go below the surface, it's like, no, we don't. I'm very concerned about that. Would you guys agree or disagree with that, with what I'm saying there?
Yeah, if you're trying to teach this very complex stuff to undergraduate level folks, you can't go into great detail. I think that's clear. Is that what you're saying, or are you going further than that?
Well, I'm saying yes. I'm agreeing with you on that point that you can't go into great levels of detail in the undergraduate level. I'm saying I think. Would you guys agree that the end outcome of that?
I see.
People think, I understand this because I had the college class, and they aren't realizing that they've only gotten a very superficial level of understanding of things.
I just, you know how we often open the Bible at random, and I opened a book at random. This is not the Bible. This is the Molecular Biology of the Cell by Alberts et al. It's one of the standard textbooks of molecular biology. I just opened it random. I don't know if you guys can see this, but there's a page showing a bunch of, figures. These are all chemicals, molecules. And this is something about, I don't even know what it is. It's summary of the mechanisms by which specific gene regulatory proteins control gene transcription in prokaryotes. So this is actually fairly basic. It's not very detailed, but it's early in the book. You go later in the book, that'll be broken down into several subtopics. So, it's the level of complexity is huge, and I don't know anyone who can remember it all. I mean, there are a few really brilliant guys who can, but certainly not me. I mean, I'm also old, so I can't remember all this stuff. But you don't have to, because you can look it up if you have a need to find it, and that's one of the things that we know how to do. But it never fails to amaze me that every single field, and you talk to any scientist, any biologist doing research, the stuff that they know about their field is just incredible. And it's way beyond what anyone else can know, especially, say, a graduate student who's writing a thesis for their PhD. We tell our graduate students, you have to be the world's leading authority on your particular thing. It might be one particular enzyme in some strange bacterium, but you are going to be the world authority on that. You're going to know as much or more than anyone else in the world. And they do. And, you know, they write a nice thesis, they get a PhD for original research. And then they have to go out into the world where nobody cares about that enzyme or that organism. And they have to teach and they have to do research in a wider field. And they do, because having gotten that experience, they know, they have the understanding that the world they're studying is incredibly deep and complex. And that's it. And that's what we all do. And that's not something that Dave, with all due respect to Dave, has ever done, because he's never gone into that kind of depth. So he has no idea what he's missing out on.
One of my graduate professors, George Javor, who's a biochemist, he's also a creationist, and he really knows a lot about just one lowly bacteria, E. coli. And I remember on his desk he had these two books that kind of summarize the basics of everything that scientists have learned about E. coli. And there were 2 volumes. Each of them were about this thick, off of just a little bacteria. And I took a class, bacterial physiology, and just learning how a bacteria, a little cell, knows how to swim towards a food source or away from something toxic. Like if it was an obligate anaerobe, it had to get away from oxygen, or if it needed oxygen, it had to swim towards it in a gradient. And just all the steps it took to go from this external signal to transport mechanisms to membrane binding and signaling to the whole intracellular cascade that finally led to nuclear transcription factors controlling which genes get turned on and off. I mean, it would take like a whole week just to cover something as basic as swim towards this particular food. And then you get into how do you digest that food and turn it into something else useful.
You know what really blows my mind on a regular basis is how anybody goes beyond what's necessary just for transcription, replication, and transcription. I mean, to me, when you go into the details of, hang on, there's how many parts that are required for this? What do they have to do? To me, when you get into that, and that's just the, either replication or transcription. And that's before, as you were alluding to earlier, Dr. Gart, on protein synthesis. I mean, the more I learn about the ribosomes, I'm just like, you have got to be kidding me. You have a ratchet effect? There's a ratchet effect that's happening in here for elongation? Are you kidding me? And you really start to dive into some of these different, pure, like literally mechanical functions that are necessary.
Well, if you think that's great, you should look into aminoacyl tRNA synthetases. I hate the name of that; it's such a long name, but that's an amazing enzyme which has it not only puts the amino acid onto the correct transfer RNA, but then it makes sure that it put the right amino acid on. And the way it does that is it takes the whole thing and puts it into another site, and it's the right amino acid will not fit into that site, but a wrong amino acid will. And so if something gets into that other site, called the editing site, it's destroyed. An enzyme is doing this. There's nobody pushing any buttons or any levers. This is being done by a chemical.
Well, getting back to your point, John, about a little bit of, they say ignorance is bliss. And you go to the grocery store, you know nothing about ingredients or chemistry, and it's a happy place. You're a biochemist, you're reading ingredients, you're like, oh, I'm not putting that in my body, or I know what that's doing in there. And a little bit of knowledge can make you reckless, like a teenager that took a few driver's ed classes and thinks they're an expert driver now, and they can just go out and drive all their friends while distracted. And unfortunately, it can be the same way with education. You get just a little bit of knowledge to become arrogant, like the Dunning-Kruger effect, and then you go through this phase where you're just totally humbled and feel like you're just completely inadequate to fathom everything that's going on. And then after years and years of really digging into just one little area, you finally feel like you've kind of grasped not only the terminology, but how it all works together. But the cool thing is when you finally do start to connect all the pieces, because when you go to school, you're barely learning the terminology and maybe the way a few things work together. But when you can step back and see the whole beautiful forest for how it all works together. It's like a blissful aesthetic experience to just have all of this synergize in your mind and to put all the pieces together and realize you still are not even grasping the total thing, because your mind just can't wrap around everything all at once. It's like you can't just instantaneously think about the entire process going on at once. You have to just kind of break it down into little pieces, just because our brains aren't capable of processing how complex it is.
Well, I think case in point with that, Dr. Carter, is like one of the things I remember you mentioned to me that I was unaware of at the time was the shape of the tRNA, and the curve is what exposes the anticodon.
Just
Right.
3 of them.
Just
if
3,
it was
right?
bent a little different, your codon would be 4 digits long or 2 digits long, and so it's
Right.
consistently 3. You can't just randomly evolve tRNAs in primordial soup and have some of them bind to a message with just 2 bases or 4 bases or 8. It's got to consistently be 3, or the whole system falls apart. You get these wonky proteins that are unrepeatable.
Well, and something that really intrigues me about that is, there's so much, oh, well, the wobble effect. That's how we can explain this with the wobble effect. And I'm like, yeah, not really. Because if you go and actually look at it, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but when I've read, you can get away with some wobbles, but not for everything. To me, when I was reading an interesting paper on it, they were talking about how there's seems to be an error correction component involved in the expression of the information. And there's balancing factors from the surrounding codons that enable the stability and enable you to get away with some of the wobble effect. It's not that the wobble effect can just happen by itself. It can be overcome or accounted for through they were talking up to 5 total codons can help to account for, among other things, the wobble effect. And to me, that was just well, that's very interesting. And to me, that applies a whole new layer of foresight and foreknowledge for the how this information is going to be calculated and expressed.
And I mean, it just gets, you could just keep going deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole, but it's there also seems to be the concentration of each of the 20 proteinaceous amino acids also matches the concentrations of their respective tRNAs and the activity of the enzyme that sticks those amino acids onto the tRNA so that they can enter the ribosome and be used as a substrate to build proteins. But yeah, that's regulating that concentration is a whole nother factor to get not too much of an amino acid, not too little of an amino acid. I mean, there are diseases that happen because of someone's inability to make, say an amino acid. People with phenylketonuria, they're genetically tested for this at birth with a heel prick test because it's fairly common, but they lack an enzyme called phenylalanine hydroxylase that's used to take the amino acid phenylalanine and turn it into tyrosine. So what happens is they end up with a buildup of one amino acid, phenylalanine, and that causes problems. It causes brain damage, all sorts of problems. And then they have a deficiency in tyrosine, which is not only used to make proteins, but it's the precursor to dopamine. So it's like their brain is now short on a very important neurotransmitter that affects their thinking and their mood, and all because one enzyme isn't working right to keep the concentrations of amino acids at the right levels. So there's just so much backstory to what you're seeing to get to where you're at, and to get it at the right concentrations and to control it. And then when you're done using it, to degrade it quickly so it doesn't stick around and cause problems. And I mean, that's what I'm talking about, where you have to step back and see the entire big picture and how everything is carefully coordinated, and how just because something isn't lethal doesn't mean it's not, that there isn't some optimization there. Yeah, if there's a mutation and it results in one of the wobble codons coding for the same amino acid, but that particular sequence results in the protein being synthesized too quickly or too slowly, because these act as timing regulators as well. And that can make a greater percentage of those proteins misfold, and then they have to be sent for, they have to be tagged for destruction and recycled, and otherwise they accumulate and cause problems. So just because it's not lethal doesn't mean that it's not causing issues. If we just want to strictly use fitness and survivability and reproducibility as criteria, I mean, there's many instances where we go way beyond that. We optimize beyond what is just a utilitarian survival. I mean, there's just so much beauty that we get from. Why do we think roses smell good when we're not really eating them? They're edible, but why do we think sunsets are beautiful? There's so many things that are in nature, and even at the biochemical level, that are just aesthetically astounding and make me want to praise the creator, even though they go beyond just making sure I can have kids.
Right now, in the phenylalanine you were referring to, isn't that is that one of the things that has one of the issues with like NutraSweet and some of those artificial sweeteners? That's
right. That's why we have labels on there that says it's a caution to people with phenylketonuria, because if they eat aspartame, which is it's a sweetener, but it's not a carbohydrate. It's actually made of 2 amino acids that a methanol is added to it through a reaction that just happens to trigger your sweet taste buds. And one of those amino acids is phenylalanine, and the other one's aspartic acid. So if you have this disorder where you can't convert phenylalanine into tyrosine, you get a buildup of it. And if you're eating a lot of phenylalanine and say aspartame, then this can cause serious problems to them. So from birth, these people with this disorder, this genetic disorder, because of an enzyme deficiency, have to have a low protein diet so they don't get too much phenylalanine, and even supplement with some tyrosine occasionally to keep them from having downstream effects. So survivable, they can live long enough to reproduce, so it's passed on, but certainly you can see what happens when you have too little or too much of just an amino acid concentration.
Right, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, those sorts of things that you're talking about, I mean, it's such a basic, quote unquote, basic thing to account for, but in relation to the actual balance effect that 99% of us enjoy, there's all sorts of different mechanical components that are necessary, and chemical and mechanical components that are necessary in order to account for something that on the surface, oh, well, that's just one thing. But then when you look at the cascade that you're talking about and all the different potential ramifications, that's just the surface level of them, obviously. I think it's something we kind of take for granted on a regular basis, but that's just me. Okay, so we've opened up the room, folks. If you want to come on in and have some conversations. I know I'm not sure how much longer Dr. Carter and Dr. Gard will be able to stay with us, so if you want to come on and have some talk with some experts, hurry up and do it now.
I got to eat soon. It's already 8 o'clock where I'm at, but
I have lots of questions for Dr. Carter and Dr. Gart.
Well, all right. First off, you were second. So, Otangelo, welcome to the stream, man. How are you doing?
Yes, hello, guys. I'm fine.
Good to see you, Otangelo.
Yes, hello, James.
Is there anything that kind of stuck out to you, whether from our conversation in the after show, the interview with Dr. Tour, anything that you wanted to bring up first, Otangelo?
Well, I saw Doug asking in the side chat if funding of abiogenesis research is money thrown out to the window. And my opinion on that is that, abiogenesis research, rather than bringing us closer to demonstrate how life could come from non-life, it is useful because it demonstrates how unlikely actually it is. And the more science advances in research in these fields, the more it demonstrates that it is in the realm of the absolutely impossible. And if we have basically two possible mechanisms to explain the origin of life, one is intelligence and the other is not intelligence, and we And science is demonstrating that non-intelligent mechanisms are too unspecific, and they don't select the basic materials because there is no selector. There is no reason why prebiotically the building blocks would be selected which are required to make life. Then if that explanation is excluded, then whatever explanation is left is the more case adequate one. And the only alternative to unguided random events is that an intelligence actually has done the job. And I think this is one of the two lines of reasoning which leads us to conclude God. And the other is positive evidence, because we see blueprints, machines, and cells or factories. And these things in our experience can only come from intelligence. So I think we have two good reasons to believe that God is the best explanation to explain the origin of life.
Agreed.
I'm fine with some of my tax dollars going to abiogenesis research to a certain point. It's actually strengthens people's faith because we find out what the limits are. And I think, right now it's basically at the level where they're still trying to get the basic building blocks and get them, in a chirally pure form, and getting some of them to link up. But Dave spent a lot of time in his videos talking about all the research being done to try to favor one chiral form over another to get more, of the left-handed amino acids that are found in life, and more of the right-handed sugars that are found in life. But even if you give it to them, even if you say that you came up with a natural mechanism to get 100% pure of the correct stereochemistry, it doesn't stay that way. Once those amino acids start polymerizing, and whether they just sit around, they flip-flop back until you get a 50-50 mixture. It happens in our bodies just in our lifetimes. We have our proteins just start losing their natural configuration of the amino acids. And this is used by forensic scientists to identify how long ago an unknown murder victim has died, or even the warm temperature in the back of your mouth makes your wisdom teeth, which come later in life, appear older than the other teeth in the front of your mouth, where it's a little cooler, just because that 1 degree temperature difference is enough to speed up the racemization rate. So, these proteins aren't going to stay in their chirally pure forms for very long, even if you started off with 100% pure sample. And whenever you see diagrams of proteins or nucleic acids, you see a nice clean string in a chemical soup. That's not how it's going to be. They're in a string because there's machines that have to feed these things into tunnels, and they can't have any chemicals sticking off of them. That's part of how we control genes, is to stick a methyl group on or off of DNA. But in a soup, you've got all sorts of chemicals that are going to be attaching themselves or breaking apart these polymers to make them into a tangled a bush that makes, it alters the molecules in a way that they're no longer life's molecules. There's thousands of chemicals waiting to just attach themselves to these nice clean chains. Happens in our bodies too. When you have too much sugar in your blood, normally you have about 5% glucose in your blood, but when you are diabetic, more of the proteins in your blood get randomly glycated. They have sugar groups that just attach themselves to the proteins like hemoglobin. That's one of the ways we assess whether someone has elevated blood sugar for 2 or 3 months. That indicates diabetes, because of aberrant sugars attaching themselves to your proteins in a way that is causing problems. It leads to inflammation. It leads to all the complications of diabetes, the nerve damage, the blood vessel clogging. So this uncontrolled, undesired chemistry is happening in living cells. It's frequently dealt with and cleaned up, but it's a huge problem before you have the cleanup systems. And when you have a primordial soup where these haphazard reactions are happening all the time. When we analyze meteorites, we're seeing a couple of useful molecules, and then more than 99% toxic sludge or asphalt or things that are detrimental or useless that way outnumber the useful ones and eventually cause their demise. They certainly inhibit the progression towards a living cell.
Yeah. But we're always hearing that in the lab we can pull it off, and they're mimicking natural environments, which is just laughable.
How's it going, Tony?
How are you?
Yeah,
it's a real joke what we're hearing. what we can do in a lab, yeah, great. And even all that required lots of intelligent assistance.
John, I'm sorry I got off. I had computer problems, but I'll get back on. But I'm going to have to leave in about 15, 20 minutes, maybe at the most. So I think if Doug has a question for me, this is a good time to ask it.
Yeah,
Thank you. Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah, I'd love to ask both Dr. Carter and Dr. Gart some questions. What do you think is the mechanism God used to create life?
Well, I have an answer. My answer is that we don't know. And I think that people doing origin of life research, including myself, at this point, need to explore that and understand there's probably, I happen to believe that God has created everything and continues to create, and that life is one of the things that was divinely created, but we want to know how. And I think Jim Tour actually would agree with that. We don't give up. We don't say, well, God did it and we're done. That's not an answer.
Right.
The answer is, God did it and we would like to know how he did it. So we know a lot about how God did a lot of things. Okay. We know about how God plays with light. And
would you say that
what it does? Yeah, go ahead.
Would you say the naturalist and the theist would be on equal footing then to answer that question? We don't know.
Yeah, in a sense, yeah.
I think so. I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by by equal footing, but I think that the problem with some naturalists is that they're making assumptions, and you've heard about it, this whole discussion. They're making assumptions that are not warranted. In other words, it's not warranted to say, well, we know how it happened. We don't know how it happened.
Right. But we don't know how God did it either.
I would say that we know, based on over 70 years of abiogenesis research, that natural mechanisms are too unspecific. There is no natural selection operating prebiotically to select the materials which are required, join them together in the right way, and then complexify into molecular machines and, in the end, living cells.
Yeah, Angelo, I think you're right that all the tools that we have available have not led to an answer. But that doesn't mean there aren't other tools. And so actually I'd like to ask Doug Pine Creek what you would think about the idea that perhaps we need to expand what we consider natural and include other kinds of things. For example, the whole question of purpose, which has been kept out of biology and all of science for a long time. But now a lot of biologists, and not Christians, but non-Christians, are starting to talk about the widespread presence of teleology in biology, in life. And they don't think it comes from God. They think it comes from within the organism itself. But I think if we start admitting, just as an example, we start admitting that there are things that we've been excluding that perhaps we shouldn't be excluding, that may help us understand some of the processes that go on in biology and especially in the origin of life. And I think that the concept of teleology is maybe one of those. Now, the argument could be, well, does that have to come from God or not? And that's a separate argument. But what I would like to propose, and I've been proposing it a lot recently, is that we need to expand our toolkit in biological research, because as what Otangelo was saying, it's been a long time that we've been using the same definition of naturalistic and not gotten very far. So
sure, I'm all for that. My only hesitation is that we don't use those types of questions of purpose to bias the results. So,
well, that's absolutely true. Nobody ever wants to bias results. Right. I mean, if you've listened to what all of us have been saying, we're all scientists. None of us believe in biasing results. I mean, that's the fundamental. You can't be a scientist if you don't hold to that.
Right, because I honestly think there's a lot of naturalists who want to push away the idea of God creating life because they don't like the idea of God ruling over their lives. Exactly. But on the same token, I think there's a lot of theists who want to say that abiogenesis is impossible naturally because they want that concept of God in their life. So you have from both sides.
Mm-hmm. Do you mind if I guess address your question, Pine Creek? And I think I don't think the question is malformed, but there's something interesting about it that to where like it's actually kind of a weird question to ask. So let's take the example where Jesus fed the 5,000, and we ask, well, how did Jesus being God? How did God do that? And you might say, well, he took a little kid's lunch and multiplied that. Well, that does some explanation, right? That's part of the story, right? That's part of the causal chain. And then you might ask, well, how did he take that lunch sack and make enough food for everyone else? Well, it'll involve him taking out what was in the lunch sack, and there was fish and there were bread. And I'm adding to the causal story the whole explanation, right? But then there's going to be a point, right, where I think that you're not going to be able to answer the question further, right? It'll just simply be God had an intention and success resulted.
Yeah, I understand. I get your point. But as scientists, and I used to be one, I'm no longer, not enough money in it. As scientists, it is about mechanisms. It is about explaining things. Now, as philosophers, sometimes you just have to say it's a brute fact. It's just the way it is. But that's why I appreciate Sai's answer when he said, when I asked the question, what's the mechanism of how God created life? The bottom line is, we don't know. Even if a God exists, we don't know. It doesn't help anything to say God did it, other than maybe some bias towards wanting to believe a God exists, or not feeling silly for believing in a God. I don't have just this experience. I have, abiogenesis is impossible, so therefore God. And I'm not saying Sai or Dr. Carter's doing that, but I'm saying there's that proclivity to do that.
Well, we're saying it's much more likely that intelligence is involved, but we could just turn the problem right around on you and say, okay, well, abiogenesis did it. And what were the selecting mechanisms, say, for the amino acids? What are the natural mechanisms to get that going?
Right, but that's an equal footing, yes, from what the theists are saying.
Well, I don't know.
But the likelihood would lean towards an intelligent agent is needed. Yeah, go ahead.
Doc, I disagree that it is an equal footing, because you are asking already an explanation of the explanation. The first explanation is that intelligence is a superior explanation to random unguided events. And then secondly, you ask another question, which is, well, but how did that intelligence do it? I mean, if you continue, then you have to ask, well, how did that process happen, and so forth? You have an eternal or an infinite regress of explanations that go nowhere. But you have to end at that explanation. Intelligence is based on the evidence is superior.
Tangela, I know Saigart's time is limited and James Carter's time is limited, so I really want to hear from them. Like, what do you guys really believe? Do you believe that?
We let you talk.
That there's a primary. I'm asking a question. Is there a primordial soup that God infused something special into and then life created, or do you think life just started complex? How do you think it actually worked?
Well, if Jesus can create fish and multiply fish, he can obviously make cells instantly, and he doesn't need theistic evolution.
I'm asking Sai, and I'm asking Dr. Gart and Dr. Carter.
I'm a top-down person. I think it was things were created instantaneously or near instantaneously, but I can't say that I could point to a mechanism for that. I don't want people to think too that just because we can't know or understand a mechanism that a mechanism doesn't exist. I think some people get very unsatisfied when they can't find a mechanism. I mean, we're kind of geared that way even in science, because it's like you can make claims about your research, but until those papers aren't as widely accepted until you can show the mechanism that explains why you're getting the results that you are. So we are very driven to find mechanisms, and I'm satisfied with not knowing the mechanism of how God did it, because for one thing, I wouldn't be able to repeat it, so it wouldn't be empirical, because I know that there are certain processes that will never happen through natural means.
How do you know that?
Even if you have, well, that's a good question, because getting to the point where there's several key points that I think it would make abiogenesis impossible, and one of the most important ones is getting the specified order of your monomers linked together in a meaningful way. Out of all the possible ways of linking them together, the vast majority of them are not going to result in a three-dimensional structure that has a functional.
But aren't there many things in science which we thought were impossible to later find out?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
How do you know that that's not a situation here?
Well, it's a probability thing. There's a 2019, 2020 paper. I wish I could remember the author. I'll probably do a lecture on it where they used some as realistic as possible scenarios for trying to get a RNA molecule long enough that it would have catalytic activity. So to create a ribosome that was, minimum of like say 40 or so nucleotides long, so that there was enough of it to, loop over itself and make a pocket that can have some kind of chemical activity, some kind of enzymatic function.
But are you saying it's impossible or very improbable?
Well, what this paper concluded is with the number of possible stars in the universe, in the observable universe, the odds, taking, somewhat, there's orders of magnitude where it could be off, but just trying to figure out how much carbon there is on an average planet and all the possible ways that they could combine, that there wasn't enough chances and time in our visible universe to even get to say 23, 24 nucleotides long in a sequence that is meaningful. In other words, it folds into a function. So he invoked the unobservable hypothetical universe where there's maybe 10 to the 70 more planets and stars to make it possible, or possibly even in the multiverse, which of course is beyond. If it's unobservable, it's beyond empirical.
So I want to ask Sai the same question, but are you saying it's impossible or just very improbable?
It's so improbable that the only way to get around it would be to invoke multiverses, which goes beyond what is scientifically determinable. So you can say it's improbable, but to the point where, for all intents and purposes, it becomes impossible from a practical sense.
Before Dr. Gart responds, Pine Creek, one of the things that I find extraordinarily obnoxious about this line of questioning, especially from somebody who, at least claims to have been a scientist in their past, and I know understands math. I'm assuming you're familiar with the laws of large numbers and small numbers.
I really just want to talk to Sai and Dr. Carter.
Well, that's congratulations.
This is John's channel, Super Genius.
Thank you, Jason, but that's my point. If you want to be arrogant, we don't have to keep talking. We've had our conversation.
That's true. Before. It's your channel, but I think I've been respectful. So I know their time is limited, and so that's why I want to ask this question.
And if you will just let me make my point instead of interrupting people. Anyway, my point is, I really am curious as to why, because I've heard you ask these exact questions before, and the answers that intelligent people respond with. So why do you continue to ask the exact same questions over and over again when you know what the end response is going to be?
No, I did not know James Carter's answer would be impossible versus improbable, because he said both in the beginning, and then he went to it's just very unlikely.
Right, because
Okay,
you think an educated individual who understands probabilities is going to know and recognize that in any other context of science, that the numbers that we're talking about would be considered zero.
Right.
Other than because we all know that you can make a probability calculation.
Unless
Everything
it's the multiverse, you said.
there's a 1 in X number of zeros. You can always come up with that. But we're talking about
Dr. Carter also
actual
said
plausibility. Now,
he
Dr.
said,
Carter, go ahead and respond if you want to.
Well, I'm going to answer Doug's question, and then I'm going to jump off because I really got to go. And the answer might take a couple of minutes, hopefully not too long.
You remember the question? We've talked so long. The question was, do you believe God started with the simple and then built up, or did started with the complex?
So I don't know the answer as to how God created anything, but what I do know scientifically is that if we were not living today, but 100 or 150 years ago, and we decided that we wanted to have a discussion among all of us on a computer system, physicists would tell us that was impossible because they didn't know anything about quantum mechanics, and they didn't know that the kinds of technology that we now have would be possible. We now know that it is possible, and that goes to what you were saying, is that many things that we didn't know were possible in science later became possible in the scientific explanation. But you have to remember, when you think about that, is that in order to understand that quantum mechanics is real and that we could build computers and we can use them to do the kinds of things we're doing with them, we had to change the definition of science. We had to change the definition of naturalism, because 200 years ago, if you told a scientist, a working physicist, and explained and described quantum mechanics, which I'm not going to do now because you all know what it is, and explain the principles of quantum mechanics, including, superposition and superimposition and observer effect and all the weird stuff about quantum theory, they would look at you like you were nuts. And people still look at you like you're nuts if you try to explain quantum mechanics. But it's real and it's true. So what had to happen was science had to absorb that what was once would have been considered supernatural or metaphysical or just complete nonsense into the scientific naturalistic method in order to make progress. And what I've been saying is that when you talk about God as something that is, or the divinity or whatever, as something outside of science, at the moment, that is true. Okay, we don't have any scientific at this time way to look at what God is or how God could act. But imagine that we could. In other words, imagine that at some point we are able to take into our scientific worldview and our scientific methodology what we call naturalism to include God or some aspects of God. I don't know if we can include God completely, because God is very different from anything we can think of naturalistically. But if we could start to include, as I said before, things like purpose, things that have always been excluded from science, we may be able to make progress in discovering things which are now out of bounds. And where that will eventually lead to, I believe, as a theist and as a Christian, it will lead to understanding how it is that when God came to earth in the form of a man, in Jesus Christ, he was able to perform miracles that were witnessed by many, many people. And those miracles were of a particular nature that was, well, I don't have time to go into it, but the point is that at some point, once we have really gone further in science and have discovered everything we can learn about science, I believe we'll find out that what science is telling us, what we now, and it'll be a new kind of science, is telling us is that God is the creator of everything and will tell us how it was created and what his purposes were. Now, that's a belief which I think has some evidence to back it up. It's not proof, but it's a different way of looking at this divide, as you would put it, between science and divine. I don't think that divide is real. I think it's all one. And with that,
yeah, well, thank you for your answer, Cy, and thank you, James Carter.
Yeah, I'm going to take off too. I got to get some food. I haven't eaten in about 7 or 8 hours.
Yeah,
gentlemen, appreciate
I'll
you
be listening in, so enjoy the convetion, and I'm sure we're going to do more of these as more of the tour videos are released, and I look forward to that too.
James, it was great talking to you again. John, same.
You too.
And see, and
guys.
even you,
Bye.
Doug. Great to talk to you again. It's been a
yeah,
while.
nice seeing you.
Bye,
Yeah, it's
God
been a long
bless.
while.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Yeah. So that was great. Doug with his materialism of the gaps argument, basically.
Oh, he took off, did he? Oh, look at that.
Yeah, because he's a coward. And we are hitting the limits of our technology. I remember the days when I actually used one of these computers when they very first came out, the cassette tape computers. You remember them? You had to run a cassette tape to run them, and it took 24 minutes to run the most simple game on the planet that you've ever seen in your life. I mean, you know, that computer just a month later was obsolete. And today you can buy a computer, and 5 years later, a good computer, I mean, and 5 years later, it's still a decent computer. Whereas back then, that computer would have been nothing better than a paperweight. It would have been completely incompatible with everything 5 years later. So we are hitting the limits of our technology. So as for him saying that we're going to get that, we maybe will work it out one day and we'll get there and our technology will increase. Yeah, right.
Well, I think one of the things that we really have to look into, you know, the naturalists want to rely on uniformitarianism in a very aggressive fashion while excluding the things that uniformitarianism would also have to be applied if you look at it from the modern technological perspective. And this is why, in my opinion, there is such an aggressive attempt to ignore or sweep under the rug the information problem. Like, we recognize that the only known source of specified information is intelligent agency. Like, we recognize this. This is known. This is a known fact.
Yep.
And if that is the case, and you want to extrapolate out uniformitarianism, then if specified information is necessary for life to exist, then the inference of the best explanation, the abductive conclusion, is that an intelligent agent was necessary. And it's like, okay, well, if that's just necessary for life, and then we extrapolate that out to the fine-tuning problem and all the different other things that are argued and have been argued for quite some time, in my opinion, you're not operating from a weak, even an equal playing field at this point, because I now operate from the perspective of a known source. The naturalist, and what Pine Creek was trying to allude to, and probably why he ran away because he knew I was about to annihilate him on it, is that you're claiming that a known source is not the answer for a known requirement. In fact, you're arguing adamantly that it's not what is necessary. And I find that extraordinarily interesting, the extremes to which it is either denied as even being something has to be accounted for, or just like, well, it happened somehow. We just don't know how yet. And
but it will be.
But it will be at some point. And
yeah,
those things, I mean, hey, maybe hypothetically, and maybe there is some probable probability calculation that can be done.
They have the same faith as anyone else.
Right. Tony, I know when you come on, I do talk a lot, but I just want to say one thing, and then I'm going to go, and I'm going to let you guys talk as much as you want. I got a chance to respond to just off the subject just for a second, and then I'm gone. I got a chance to respond. I say something to Tanya last night that I've been dying to say. There's only 3 options. There's only 2 options for the evolutionists when it comes to the beginning of the universe, and this is something that I just want to put out there. There's absolutely and completely nothing created everything and popped a magic dot into existence, which expanded at 1 with 58 zeros after it kilometers per hour in the beginning. Or there's the steady state universe. If you believe in the steady state universe, then you believe that matter, which is energy, is from everlasting to everlasting. And that's why, and if you believe in that, then you have to admit that a God from everlasting to everlasting is plausible. And that is why Lawrence Krauss, Richard Dawkins, and Hawking hated the idea of eternal matter, because it basically, I've heard that argument. Yeah, it's too much like God. So right. And I finally got that through to Tanya last night. And I got him to shut up long enough to listen, and he wouldn't answer me. I said, what do you believe? You believe in the steady state universe, or do you believe that nothing created everything? No, I'm not going to answer. I'm not. Anyway, that's it. I'm gone. Yeah. See you guys. Well, love you. God bless. You, thank you for having me on and listening. Thank you. See ya.
Hey, Jason.
What's up, guys? What up, Mom and Tony?
Yeah, what up, Will?
Hey, what's up? If you look at rocket engineering in the last 70 years and all the progress we've made, and you look at abiogenesis in the last 70 years, you can't even compare the two.
Well, abiogenesis is just going worse. Whenever they discover... Good night.
Good night.
I was saying abiogenesis is just getting worse. They say they make progress. No, the more they discover stuff, the more they're like, oh shit. Yeah, we didn't know about that. This is contradicting our RNA worldview. This is causing a bigger problem. Oh, now let's go to DNA. Well, oh shit, we know it's too complex. It can't create. Oh, let's go to RNA. Well, we know RNA now can break easily easier than DNA. Oh shit, that's another problem. Oh shit, we know evolution is true, so abiogenesis must be true. Let's ignore all the problem for now, since we know evolution is true. That's how their mind act.
Well, that's the thing. You have to account for where the power is coming from. And there has to be an eternal, infinite source of power. Because that's what all the evidence is of an infinite power.
Yep. Everyone went off or what?
Apparently. Yeah. But that's okay.
Also, I'm trying a new mic. Does that mic sound better than the other one?
Yeah, I wanted to tell Pine Creek that it's by the word of his power that life is made. It's not only do you have to have intelligence and instruction, you have to have power. You have to have the energy, and you have to account for where the energy is coming from. So that is the definition of God: infinite resource of power, infinite understanding. That's the definition of God, and there's no way you can get out of it.
Well, also, have you seen my talk with Sentinel Apologetic?
Yeah, what's he believe in?
He believes in theistic evolution.
Yeah. No, I didn't see it. No.
Yeah, I had like a 2-hour talk with him.
Yeah, it's they have to account for, everything happening in 5,000 years, and they really can't do that. And because all the evidence is of 5,000 years and a young Earth, because that's what all the evidence shows. The only thing they think they have is the speed of light, and they don't even have that, because light arrives instantly. And we see everything take time to occur, because we're mass things with mass that exist in, a fabrication of limited time and distance, or quantifiable time and distance.
Yeah.
So that's a fabrication.
They don't have an explanation for that, bro. But I'm gonna head off because my friend's over at house, and I have to do stuff. I have to go do the dish because I cooked pizza, so I have to go clean up the whole mess I made.
Yeah.
Was not talking to you, brother Jungle. Hope
Yeah,
God,
likewise. Likewise,
hope
man.
God richly bless you, and you have a wonderful rest of the night. God be with you, brother.
Thanks. You too.
All right, see y'all later. God bless the
Okay.
chat. God bless atheists. May they become Christian, God willing.
Yeah. May they
All right.
see the light that
Yeah,
is there.
they shall. By this they shall know the true God, you Father. That's what Jesus says. All right, peace out. God bless.
Yeah. You know the truth, and the truth will set you free, right, linguist?
Hey, Jungle, what's up?
What's up?
How's it going?
Good, good.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm walking. It's a great morning. Birds are singing and everything.
That's
And I just
good.
tuned in and I was listening to the podcast. So, I have one question to you. I actually wanted to ask Deputy too, but well, he's not here anymore. So, if you can you, how do you imagine God actually creating things? Can you go back in your mind to the point where he started creating? I think it's, you call it Genesis. Yeah, so you call it Genesis, right? So can you go back in your head to Genesis? How do you picture it? Visually, how do you imagine everything happening? Not like the theory of it, but if you had no ground in the Bible
Yeah.
for things, what is your actual imagination? Do you think God was standing there and saying sentences, or do you think he would get his arm up or something? How do you imagine it? I'm just interested.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned with whether he raised his arm or not, but it's by
Yeah, but I'm
it's
just interested. How do you
it's
imagine it?
yeah, it's by his power and by his word, because that's exactly
Yeah,
what the Bible says is by the word of his power. And you have to have power and you have to have
yeah.
instruction, because that's
Yeah,
what
more specific. Can you be more specific? I'm just interested about it being very very specific. If you can try to be
right.
as specific as you can, what would you do?
That's yeah, that's what
How'd you?
matter that's what the matter requires is energy, and specific amounts of energy to make all the different atoms in order to be programmable. And then when they're programmable, then you can program them to be different life forms. But it has to be like in this fabrication of limited or quantifiable time and distance where physical things can take place. But it's got to be just right. You've heard of fine tuning, but it's got to be just right. The amount of gravity, everything's got to be just right.
Yeah,
The
yeah, I
the way
understand everything.
chemicals react.
I'm gonna
And so
disappear
you
in a
make the
second because
matter,
I'm not gonna
so you
hear
make the
you
matter
because
that's
I,
programmable, and you program the matter to be different life forms. That's how it has to happen.
yeah, my internet's gonna disappear in for 30 seconds or something because I'm entering a zone where it usually disappears. Um, I didn't hear the first half of it. So I heard you say he programs the atom, right? And
Yeah. Every atom, every element is a different atom, and they have to be forced to be what they are. And it takes
okay,
energy to make each atom to be what it is. And of course, the heavier the atom, the more force it takes to make the atom.
yeah, but how do you think he specifically did that? How do you think he created that? Did he say, "Hey, atom,
Well,
be what you are, have two electron, well, have two"?
well, what we observe is that everything is like finely tuned in physics so that everything is just right, so that the atoms can be programmable and programmed inside of you. You have 20 elements, 20 different atoms that are all essential to your existence. If you're missing hydrogen or potassium or something, you wouldn't exist. You wouldn't be here. But everything is exactly what it has to be in order for all the atoms, the 20 atoms, to be programmed inside of you, not to mention all the additional beneficial elements besides those 20 elements. There's an additional 20 elements that are beneficial to life, and they have to be programmed inside. It has to be all on the same place, on the earth in a Goldilocks zone where everything is, in the right conditions for life to occur. I guess we lost. Oh, there you are. So everything
Okay, I'm
has
sorry,
to
I
be,
didn't hear anything. I'm sorry. Can you please
yeah,
like
everything
make
has to be just right.
Jungle,
Go
this
ahead, go ahead, John.
I agree with what you're saying, man. The linguistic, the problem I have with this ongoing question that's repeated ad nauseum by you, by Pine Creek.
Which one?
Well, how do you think that God actually controlled the atoms?
No, I'm not.
Like,
No, I'm
what do
not
you think
leading to anything.
No,
like,
no,
I'm just interested in how do you think that?
linguistic. You literally asked that question. You've asked that question multiple times. Every
Yeah,
time there's
I
been a
did,
stream,
yeah.
you've gone down this exact same rabbit hole. How
Yeah,
did
because
God control matter? Okay.
Well, yeah, I'm interested in that.
Okay. Let's get to the point. The point is that what's being discussed is, and the real question is it the more rational conclusion that a intelligent agent is necessary in order to cause matter to have the outcomes that we observe and take the form that we observe, or that it can happen without the intelligent agent being necessary? That's the question that's being asked.
Yeah,
Unless
I see.
you hang
okay.
on, let me finish my point, because I'm just to be blunt, man. These sorts of dialogues are utterly pointless until the conclusion is reached one way or the other of whether or not, the answer is yes or no. If you're operating from a like, I'm not going to make a conclusion unless you can tell me how they did it versus whether or not it was necessary. Like, we don't even know how to control atoms right now in every aspect, right?
Yeah.
So to try and figure, if we don't even know how to answer that question, then how the hell do you think any of us are going to be able to explain how the creator did it?
Okay, so I think I maybe didn't really explain myself here very, very well. The reason I'm asking this question is because this is something I just started to think about in my head. Like, if I didn't have a justification of how God did it, for example, let's say, for example, in the Bible, it doesn't say that God like picked up his arm or that he said specific words. It doesn't say that. I was just wondering, like, how specifically do you imagine that? Like, I'm not
But
here
this
to
is what I'm
prove that
trying to
atheism is right or
explain.
wrong. Yeah,
I'm
I'm
trying
just
to
interested in what you
explain to
believe,
you
right?
that it says exactly how God did it. It was by the word of his power. In other words, you
By the
have to have
power, yeah.
instruction and you have to have ability and power to make matter and to program matter and to order it to make you a human.
Okay, I really don't want this to get aggressive. I was just interested in what do you think, right?
Well,
I'm trying.
did you understand what I said this time? That it's by the word of
By the
his
word of his
power.
power, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
by the
like
word of his power. He has power to make matter and to program matter inside of you to make you a human instead of a gopher or a fish.
no, I understand. I understand the idea behind it. I'm just saying, like, do you think there was like some specific word, or do you think he like said a word and it just appeared, or do you think he said like how do you imagine? Like,
Does it
I'm just
matter? What
I'm not.
does it matter? What difference does it make?
It doesn't make any difference. That's the thing. I'm just asking this question because that's something I'm interested in. I want to think about this. I want to create many analogies of how this could have been possible. I'm not trying to prove anything right now. I'm just interested. That's it.
Linguistic.
Like,
Go
on.
go by the book Quantum Enigma. Read it, and
I'm
then
very bad at physics. I'm sorry.
well, they dumb it down.
Okay.
They use tons of analogies and examples and like personifications of the concepts. Get the audiobook, buy the book, you can get it on, it's like $12. It's called Quantum Enigma.
Okay.
Read it, listen to an audiobook, whatever. And then apply what is discussed in that book. They don't go down the theistic route. They just apply what is discussed in that book to, if God exists, does what we're observing in quantum mechanics explain or answer the question that you're asking?
Yeah, like I see that there's a lot of different theories and everything, and like I'm here. I came down on stream not just like to prove anything or push anybody into corners or anything. I'm just honestly interested in how you guys personally think it. Like even if something is not written in the Bible or not mentioned anywhere, like I was just wondering how you imagine that's it. I wasn't gonna like push anything.
Oh,
Just honestly, because it's a question that I'm interested in.
The answer to your question is like if you you just responded. I don't really know anything about physics.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if at least from my perspective, part of the answer of how God would be able to do it, if he is the external to the universe that we exist in, and then you apply known quantum mechanics to and principles and logic to that question, if God exists external to the universe and quantum mechanics and things such as the observer effect are true, then how God did it is not that complicated.
Yeah, like I'm not asking
to comprehend.
Okay.
So for example, if the observer effect is true and a conscious agent is necessary in order for a superposition to collapse, then the whole how did God make the molecules form into XYZ, it literally becomes and God thought and it was so. Or God, as the point Jungle is making, and God said and it was so, right? The word of the power. If God is the external agent to the universe and these principles that I'm talking about, if they are true, then all this crap that we argue over is relatively self-explanatory and no longer becomes a major conundrum. Which is why I say, if go buy a book like The Quantum Enigma, which is not a religious book at all. It's written by two theoretical physicists, quantum physicists.
Okay.
And they waited until they were old to write the book because it's addressing some of the questions that nobody wants to talk about, which is, are these observer effects true? Because if so, there's a much bigger question to all of these things that we're talking about. And anyway.
Okay, yeah, I think you explained it pretty well. Thank you. But like, I don't want to sound ignorant or impolite. I don't want to read about quantum physics. I'm just not interested in that. But if I ever do, I'll know which stream to come to and get the book recommendation. But at least I see
what I'm saying, man, is if you don't want, you ask the question.
Yeah, I did.
Answers are given. And then if
sure, I take them. Sure.
If your response is, I don't really care to know.
Yeah, I'm ignorant here.
You really don't. I'm not calling you ignorant. I'm saying that you're going down the pathway that I hear a lot from people who claim to be curious and claim to be looking for answers I interact with on YouTube on a regular basis. And then when it's, okay, go read this. Well, I'm not really interested in X, Y, Z.
Can I ask you, what do you think was my question in the beginning, like to Jungle?
You specifically stated, what process did God use to control the atoms?
No, I think I said, what do you think God did? Right? Like my question is not really
right. You asked what the process. You asked what the process was.
Yeah, I'm just interested in how you imagine.
So I specifically,
I'm not interested in the actual theory.
Right, and that's my point. Is I literally answered your question. But
I agree.
But because you don't want to go and
you gave me more than I asked for. You gave me more than I asked for. That's
well, I understand that. My point is, though, if you're going to ask the questions and then be like, well, I don't really care to know the answer, then you have to. I'm having dialogue with you now. Now it's you have to ask yourself the question. Why am I even asking the questions if I don't actually have any intention of finding the answers?
Oh, yeah. So maybe I can explain myself here. My reason for asking this question in the beginning was because I started thinking, what like mechanism does God create? Like I think Pine Creek asked that, right? So what mechanism does God create life with? Like, because I know that we don't like naturalists, I think you call it, right? Like naturalists don't have a mechanism to prove, but I kind of clinged onto a specific mechanism that I don't have any ground for, and I know it. So I was just interested, like in my head, how did God do it? And I was just like trying to create different scenarios in my head, And I was wondering what scenarios people have in their heads. That's pretty much it. I was not looking for like an actual theory behind it, like a long explained theory. I was thinking more about specific people and what specific beliefs they have.
Would you prefer God raised his hand and sparks flew from his fingertips and created everything? Cool. Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, I'm just looking for like if you believe something specifically, like how do you imagine it? Like for example, right? I could believe in evolution, and there could be things about evolution that I didn't know, and I can kind of come up with explanation, right? And say, oh yeah, probably that's how it happened, but I don't have any basis for it, right? And I would be completely fine admitting that I don't have basis. I would just be interested in explaining things. Like for example, one topic that we have talked about before was universe being infinite, right? I don't think there's any way I can prove the universe could be infinite, but that's what I believe it is. I don't have any basis for it, but that's what I believe, right?
We just proved to you that the infinite universe requires an infinitely powerful maker, creator, right?
Yeah, but people usually believe things without any good reason, right? So I believe that the universe is infinite without any good reason, and I just admit to it.
No, but in science you have to have a good reason, though.
Oh, maybe somewhere I do have some reason that makes me believe in it, but I think
otherwise you're not being rational and logical.
Yeah, I can admit that some of my conclusions might not be rational. That's why I'm trying to sometimes think about all of those things and find different answers to things. Like for example, one thing that I was thinking about yesterday was specifically the space, right? Yeah. What made the Big Bang move if there are more planets other than Big Bang? Let's say anyway, we talked about it. I don't want to go back to that.
But you see, the age-old problem with mankind is that they flow to idolatry, and if you're irrational and illogical, that's idolatry, because you're not believing what the reality is. Yeah, because you're believing.
Can you give a simpler word? I don't know what this is. Can you give a simple word? What idolatry is?
Naturalism. Naturalism is idolatry. It's believing that nature causes itself and causes everything we see. That's idolatry, and it's irrational.
What is the definition of the word idolatry?
Giving credit to physical things that physical things cannot do. In other words, you're giving credit to a statue for saving you when it wasn't the statue that saved you. Okay. So you're crediting a physical object with something it can't do. That's what idolatry is, and it's irrational.
Yeah, but my problem is I don't know what objects can or cannot do.
What?
Yeah, I just don't know what physical objects can and cannot do. Is it fair?
You should know. You should know that physical objects don't direct things, and can't
direct things.
Yeah, they can't direct anything. Okay. They can't write instructions.
That requires energy, right?
They can't write programming. They can't make themselves. They can't cause their own existence. See, all this is logical and rational, but atheists want to be, and naturalists want to be illogical and irrational, and then try to accuse
I think I am irrational.
Accuse us who believe in a creator, that trying to say that we're irrational and illogical when they're just projecting their own lack of understanding.
No, I do agree with you. Yeah, I do agree with you that I can personally admit to I am irrational in believing that I for example believe that nothing really comes into existence. Like things just exist and they just change form, and we have always existed, and universe might be infinite. But I come to a problem. Again, I haven't read much about it. I'm more thinking about it.
But you know everything. Everything has a cause, right? You know everything has a cause.
Has a cause. Well, I'm not sure about everything has a cause, but I'm more.
It doesn't just happen. It has the cause. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem I came to, right? I don't know what caused the energy to make the Big Bang. That's my problem. And but in my head, Big Bang could be like a huge cluster of planets or something that got bombed by other planets and made an explosion. But what made those planets crash into each other in the first place. That's my problem, right? So I haven't read much about it, but like I'm trying to think more than read.
That's what we're trying to explain. Is it all requires energy?
Yeah, I agree with you, and that's my problem. I get it. Like it could have been God, it could have been something else. But if it was something else, what made that something else? Like, what was the cause of that something else?
Yeah. So
I see it.
do you think there's an infinite regress of physical causes then?
Infinite regress. I think. Well,
that would be
I
irrational
remember
too,
Deputy.
right? Wouldn't that
I
be
remember Deputy
irrational
telling me.
to believe in an infinite regress of physical causes? That's kind of irrational too, right?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I remember
Yeah.
Deputy, I think it was, asking me if I believed in the perpetual motion machine. And I think that's one of the explanations how it could have been possible, but we don't have any examples of perpetual motion machines.
No. That perpetual motion is a fantasy.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Either it's like perpetual motion.
It's unscientific. If there is a motion, there is a force acting on it.
Yeah, but what if there's like an actual huge, like I don't know, matter creating and pushing and whatever, not creating, matter pushing, like thing in the center of everything.
Well,
if there's a center
you have
of
to
everything.
think of it like this: can you charge your cell phone from an equal amount of charge? Will your cell phone charge up from an equal amount of charge?
No, I don't think we have a perpetual motion machine, and I don't think.
I asked a specific question for you.
Okay,
to
can
try
I
to
charge my phone
understand.
with the same?
Yeah.
Can you repeat the question?
Can you charge your phone from an equal amount or a lesser amount of power, energy, electricity?
No.
Electricity.
No.
Okay, so
I
then
think
there's
not,
no
at least.
such thing as perpetual motion because you have to have something a greater force acting on it in order to cause a reaction.
Do you think it is possible that there could be one, but we just haven't found it, and it is not possible to create one? It's just like exists.
Not scientifically.
Yeah, I don't think we can find one.
Because there's laws of science that prohibit the existence of a perpetual motion machine.
Yeah, I agree with that.
If there is a perpetual motion, it's coming from somewhere.
Yeah,
which
I would agree
occasionally happens, but it's not very much energy. It's not very much force.
Okay. Yeah,
and it's not enough. It's not enough for us to, run lights in our house or anything.
Well, yeah.
What's up, Andrew? What's up, Andrew? Welcome to the stream, man. How are you?
Good. Yourself?
Getting tired, but I'm hanging in there. So you are gonna debunk common design, is that correct?
Well, I was just gonna give my thoughts on a potential flaw in the argument.
Okay.
So recently I've kind of been looking into this. There's probably a lot of there's a lot of jargon in phylogenetics, as you're probably aware. And one of the terms out there that's used is called phylogenetic signal. Have you heard of that one?
Probably. Go ahead.
Okay. So basically, phylogenetic signal is kind of a measure.
Is that different tags and such?
Say that again.
It's like tags drawn from like same trees, right? And finding similarities between them, something like that.
I guess it's related, but it's not quite that. It's basically the formal definition is that it's the amount of statistical dependence among the different species being studied among their trait values. So basically their character states. So basically the higher the signal, the more congruent the traits are with each other for a particular tree topology, for instance. So in this case, topology meaning, okay, this branch is connected to this branch is connected to these other branches, etc., etc.
So you're making a correlation then from like you say, the signal.
Right. Well, like under common ancestry, we expect there to be a high phylogenetic signal, obviously, because you're going to have an objective, unique, nested hierarchy. Whereas I don't think you would expect the same thing if there were separate ancestry, for instance. So why does life show a high phylogenetic signal? Is my question.
Well, they have many similarities. In other words, mammals have similarities. Things that grow have similarities. Plants have similarities.
Yes, but those similarities are like you said, correlated with one another in a particular way. Why does that pattern exist? That's kind of the thing. Like if common ancestry were true, we would expect there to be a high phylogenetic signal, as I said. But if separate ancestry were true, the most parsimonious prediction would be a low phylogenetic signal.
But wouldn't you have to generate the information though between the organisms? Or
are you hang on? Are you suggesting that if you had separate starting points that used very similar fundamental components of functional information, that you wouldn't result in the same type of potential signals?
Are you like talking about like the common analogy with cars and whatnot?
No, I'm talking from so are there, I think it's 24, something like that, universal proteins?
That would make sense.
Okay. So if they're fundamental components for biological systems, wouldn't it make sense that even if you have different starting, like use the operative word kinds, right? Like the different like top level components or starting points, right? They all have those same 24 proteins, right? Whether or not it was common ancestry or they were designed to all have the ones that are known to be the fundamental requirements for all forms of life.
Well,
I mean, like why wouldn't that be the exact same result ultimately in the exact same type of signaling?
Well, that's for instance why we look at multiple traits and why they're congruent with one another.
Don't dodge. Answer my question. My point. Would you not? Hang on. I'm going to make it very clear and very blunt. If that is the case, what I just said is the case, would you not end up with the exact same type of outcome
for an individual trait?
I'm talking at the information. Okay, actually, before I even go down this route, I'm too tired. I don't want to get irritated with you. I've had a long day. I'm going to ask you this question very directly. Phylogenetic bullshit being removed from the equation. Have you actually gone and looked into the fundamentals of what information is, what is required, what is functional information, what is coding, and how information and communication theory applies to biological systems? Yes or no?
Not particularly.
Okay, then Andrew, I'm done with these stupid phylogenetic conversations until you go and actually learn that information and learn those concepts, because it is completely pointless. And I don't understand how you do not grasp this. You're a smart kid. You are avoiding going and learning these things because you know that it will annihilate the fundamentals of the talking points that you and the concepts that you love to go down little rabbit holes and think they support all of your surface level crap in relation to evolutionary theory. But if you don't go and look into what is necessary for bioinformatics, which the phylogenetic stuff that you're talking about, it ultimately is dependent on, and all the assumptions that are necessary for it, like, go and learn that stuff. The rest of this stuff, this crap that we talk about and argue over, is superficial BS. That's all it is.
Like in terms of phylogenetic methodology.
I'm talking in relation to understanding what the root necessities would be, is what I'm talking about, for all of this stuff to be possible. And
okay, well, that's not what I'm talking about. So maybe we're just talking past each other at this point.
No, we're not talking past each other. I understand where you're trying to go. And if you didn't understand the point that I was making, then you're not using your brain. I literally was stating that I'm not going to waste time on these types of surface level BS if you don't understand the underlying components to information and communication theory that are necessary to even have these conversations about phylogenetics, is my point. And if you're not going to go and learn it, then all of this is a complete and utter waste of everybody's time. And I'm not just saying this to you. I'm saying this to the Speed of Pudding team and all these other folks who don't want to address these sorts of concepts. Like Dr. Gart was talking about this earlier, of like, I just cannot comprehend the number of atheists that I interact with on YouTube that claim there's no genetic code. The genetic code's not a real code, just as an example, right? But then they want to go and argue over phylogenetics, but don't understand what code is and what does that mean to be accounted for in relation to evolutionary theory and supposed all these nested hierarchies and all these different things that are supposedly proof of evolution. What would actually have to be necessary for those things to have occurred in the manner in which you are claiming they prove to have occurred, Anyway.
Well, I mean, all we need for a nested hierarchy is genealogical relatedness. We understand that.
I'm talking about the. Okay, never mind. You don't get the point. Never mind. I'm done. You guys talk for about five more minutes, and then I'm calling it a night. My level of fatigue.
I thought that John was making progress with rational empiricists, and then all of a sudden I come back and he's not understanding again. I thought John was making progress with you, and then you turn around.
John, it's difficult to convince people. It's usually not the scientific facts that they're convinced of. So, I think proving anything to the other side by going to specific minutia, it's probably not going to be efficient.
Well, the irony linguistically is. And this is my ultimate source one of my sources of frustration with YouTube atheists and agnostics is 99.99999% of them claim everything's either minutia, not relevant. They don't have the time to go and look at things that talking points that they claim, but don't understand the fundamentals of. And the root fundamentals. This is just like with the abiogenesis lecture series that Dr. Tor did. He was discussing how are the nucleotide bases made? Where do the lipids and the sugars and the carbohydrates? How is it actually plausible for those things to be in existence? While on evolutionists and the abiogenesis guys are being like, well, let's just assume that those happened, and then we'll continue on from there. And it's the same thing in context, you further up the food chain in the context of information communication theory and its recognized requirements for life to exist, and how the functional information and specified information versus just raw Shannon information, how that applies, what is a communication system, how is information transferred, all these different things that are recognized as being necessities. But then people that I run around debating with on YouTube and have conversations with, they categorically refuse to go and learn it for themselves.
LPP, do you think
it's the
fair?
Equivalent from a biology standpoint, it's the equivalent of arguing that I don't need to know how the amino acids came into existence in order to be like, yes, abiogenesis happened. When you go into a biological system, it's like, hey, I don't have to account for information theory and communication because I'm just going to pretend like that's not actually something that has to be answered, and therefore the rest of my stuff is true. It's turning into a complete and utter clown show at this point. Go ahead.
Yeah, but do you think it is fair to ask questions based on like imagination, for example? If you imagine something to be possible.
Well, dude, I have a very vivid imagination. When I was a kid, I was a huge Star Wars and Star Trek fan. I read up until I was like 15 or 16, I had read literally every single Star Trek and Star Wars book ever written. Okay, when I found like a series that I loved, I would read them, and then when I got done, I would continue to extrapolate out the storyline in my head, and for months, sometimes weeks, sometimes months, and continue to extrapolate out the story and the characters, and create my own characters and all this kind of stuff in my own mind, and just keep on going. So do I think imagination is awesome? Absolutely, creativity, 100%. But in the context of things like we're discussing right now, there's root fundamentals, and if you don't understand the root fundamentals, then how you can be imaginative all day long, but what you're imagining doesn't have any substance to it.
Yeah, but do you think you need to be well read on those things? What if those things turn out to be false? Like, how could we know if those things are true in the first place?
If you don't even know what is the fundamentals are, then how the hell would you possibly know if they're true or false?
Oh, like that's okay. I have a question for you. I have a question for you. Either one of you is: don't you think that dinosaurs are very imaginative or creative, or that the maker of the dinosaurs is very creative?
You can answer first if you want to. Where's the guy? Okay, well I guess I'll answer.
Wait, where's the other person? I don't know who he's talking to besides you.
Well, he said either of you, right?
Oh, so I'm guessing it's okay. Yeah, you can go ahead. I do have a question for you, Linguisti, though, if you don't mind.
Well, I'll answer Jungle's question first. Okay, so
very creative.
Yeah, do I think the dinosaurs the creator of dinosaurs was creative? Yeah, I think it is kind of cool that there's so many dinosaurs, and that some of them are huge, some of them are very small. They have feathers and whatever. It's creative.
In the ocean, cool. They fly. Some of them fly. Some of them swim. Some of them are on land.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. My question is
but it's like it's not just imagination. It's realized. It's scientific realization of creatures that are thought up, basically.
Yeah, but can you imagine things flying? Can you imagine things walking? Can you imagine things in the ground?
But it wasn't just imagined, though. The point I'm making is not just imagined. It was realized. It was actualized. Yeah. They were real living creatures. They were real flying and swimming and running, walking creatures.
Yeah, but they started from imagination, right? First they were imagined, then actualized. So,
but it's not just imagination. It was realized.
Okay, so Linguisti, what's necessary for an imagination to exist?
What's necessary for imagination to exist? Good question. Brain, I assume. I don't know. Neurological connections in our brain.
A mind.
Well, yeah. Well, mind is, I assume, created by brain. No. So neurological connections that make up our thinking process, I assume.
Is intelligent agency necessary for imagination?
I'm sorry, I'm a bit winded here. I'm going uphill. Can you repeat the question?
Is intelligent agency necessary for imagination?
Is intelligent agency necessary for imagination? Well, I assume so. I haven't had any other examples of anything else having imagination. Well, I don't know what has imagination.
So in all observed examples,
okay,
does actualized imagination require intelligent agency as a predecessor?
Does actualized imagination predecessor is something that comes before?
Correct.
Well, yeah. If we want to imagine something, we need something that can imagine something.
No. I said in every instance where something that has been imagined has been actualized, was an intelligent intelligent agency necessary before that happened?
Before something was actualized that we had imagined, was there an intelligent agent that made that? Is that the question?
That was required in all observed examples.
That's a loaded question.
Buddy, name one that hasn't required that.
No, I'm just trying to comprehend the question. It's difficult for me because I need to translate it in my head and also
rephrase the question and say it's a loaded question.
Well, well, that's the thing. I rephrased it. I still don't understand. I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question. If we actualize something, for example, I make, I don't know, a stick figure. Yeah, so I make something. I actualized it. Or should something have created me beforehand? Or is that the question? Or
no?
Can you make an analogy to it?
No, for the thing that now exists.
For example?
Do anything. Like the drawing. No, you drew something. Okay. Well,
okay, I drew something, yeah.
Did you have to imagine it before you drew it?
Yeah.
Okay. So before it was actualized, your intelligent agency had to be in existence before what you imagined could be turned into reality.
You'll have to repeat the questions because I kind of left my train of thought, and I thought I can draw things without imagining them by not looking at them. Can you say that again?
Dude, if you can draw things by not okay, I have no idea what that means. Andrew,
yeah, for example, if I don't look at the paper and I cover my ears, I just start like scribbling, right? Like I can get imagining it. Like if I don't look at the picture. But anyway, yeah, I get it. So if I imagine something and then I put it on the paper, then what?
You know what? I'm not. Listen, you know what? I'm too tired to go through this stuff. I'm not going to.
Okay.
I'm not going to sit here and discuss whether or not to fucking draw something on a piece of paper requires brain or not brain. Like I'm not. This is so dumb. Like this is beyond.
Oh, so that was the question.
Team be arguing this crap.
I'm being difficult.
I can't deal with this crap, man. Like atheists are idiots. I'm serious. Okay. Atheists are idiots. Like the crap that we argue over of like, I don't know if I necessarily have to have a brain in order to draw a picture. Like
no, you have to imagine, right? Not have a brain.
this stuff is ridiculous.
I'm sorry, you said imagine, and imagination is something specific, and I said like I don't have to imagine something to make a picture of it. Well, not of it, but like I can scribble something. Like I can draw like. I don't have to look at the picture to draw, right?
Bro, the minutia of like this is ridiculous. I can't.
Okay, sorry.
Do you have to intend to draw to make anything, even if it is a scribble? Do you have to intend for it to happen?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we just wasted 10 freaking minutes to come to that realization. I mean, this is the stuff that blows my mind about the desperation of people who don't want to accept that it's more plausible that God exists.
I'm being honest here. Like, if you ask me a question, do you have to imagine something to draw it? First answer, yes.
Linguistic, you freely admit that you don't have any intention to actually go and learn whether or not they are answers to the questions. Like per your own admission.
I have no intention to learn about quantum mechanics. Yes.
Right. You have okay.
I don't want to. Yeah. That's true.
Right. All right. Okay. So it's recognized that physics is a fundamental to existence. You want to ask questions. You want to know how God did it, but you don't want to learn about quantum mechanics, even the basic principles. Right. We have people like Andrew who want to know all about biology and freaking evolution. But are avoiding going and learning the fundamentals of information communication theory, which are necessary for biology to exist.
Come on. My question was not that. My question in the beginning was not to find out the truth.
I'm not just directing this at you. I'm talking about the atheist YouTube world in general.
It feels like you're directing it at me because, like,
I'm literally stating that I'm directing it at an entire group, an entire demographic. An entire demographic of YouTube atheists that I deal with.
People are different. People are different.
But you guys all seem to follow the exact same trends which is willful ignorance of basic things, but with excuses while simultaneously claiming to be interested.
Like, I'm not claiming it. Like, okay, you talk about the group. Okay, I understand that. But like today, I'm not trying to claim anything. I'm just exploring thoughts that I have. I ask questions because I'm interested. And I asked Jungle's opinion, what he thinks, how the God made everything. I wasn't asking what the facts show. Like, I was not looking for a rational answer because I know there is none. Because we cannot know, well, except for the Bible. Yeah, you gave something that we know.
Okay, so
that's a rational answer.
So linguistic, this is one of the things that really frustrates me. I'm not just directing this at you. I'm directing this at YouTube atheists who comment on my channel ad nauseum, right? I have made it a point to not argue from, in terms of like the positions I take and why I believe what I believe. I purposely focus on not being like, well, the Bible says so, therefore. Right?
Yeah, I don't too. I don't like it.
For your sake.
However, I hear it out the wazoo of, the Bible says it, therefore God. God of the gaps. I mean, like, I use the Dr. Tor's lecture series, for example, right? I cannot tell you the number of idiots I've been dealing with who have been screaming ad nauseum that all Dr. Tour talked about was God of the gaps and the Bible said so. He literally stated at the beginning and all the way through his 13 episodes, like, of going through all these different things. Like, I am not addressing this remotely from a religious perspective. I am focusing on the science. And here's why. Here's the papers. Here's the concepts. Here's the aspects of chemistry and physics that are why we don't have understanding of X, Y, and Z, right? And then all we hear is all he did was talk about how God did it, when he purposely didn't use those words a single time, even to the point of freaking wannabe Dave being like, well, he didn't say that in his lecture series, but that's what he meant. Wannabe Dave actually said that. He didn't talk. He purposely tried to avoid it, but that's what his real intention was.
Right.
Okay. And it's like, so you don't have any evidence to back up your freaking claim, but you're going to continue to make the claim, and then act on the fact that the vast majority of YouTube atheists are morons who don't actually go and research for themselves to back up the talking point bovine scatology that gets spewed every day with great amounts of confidence from people like Wannabe Dave and Speed of Pudding Brain and Aaron Raw and Matt Dillahunty and all these other people here on YouTube and Pine Creek with all those little, street epistemology. And I'm going to ask all these dumbass questions that don't actually mean anything. And when I actually get answers to them, I'm going to act like I didn't actually get an answer. And I'm going to still continue to claim that my position is equal to or potentially more substantive than the alternative, while I willfully suspend any rational analytical ability that I possess to reach a very baseline conclusion based on the evidence. Hey, could it be changed? Yes, but based on the current empirical information, based on what we know, if you use your brain, you can reach a very rational conclusion without having to resort to, how did God do it? And it's like this stuff gets completely ignored, while simultaneously I get projections back. I'm not addressing you specifically, linguistic. I get projections back from all these YouTube atheists that somehow I don't go and look at the fundamentals, while they purposely state they don't have to know them. I'm like, you don't know them. You admit you don't know them, and then claim that I couldn't possibly have a rational conclusion when I'm literally calling you out on fundamentals that are necessary that you claim don't have to be accounted for.
It happens too much from people who should know better, like Dan and Erica and all them people. They should know better than to say, "Oh, that's not my field." But they say that all the time. They do that all the time.
So, well, I still want to kind of apologize prematurely if I was difficult here. Like, I'm sorry if I was difficult. I really tried to be honest and kind of follow your analogies and everything, but it was just difficult for me to imagine.
It's all right. I'm not mad at you. I'm ranting in a general direction, and
I understand.
People like Andrew irritate the fire out of me because he's not an idiot, except in this context.
Yeah.
And I mean, we've been now going back and forth for over 6 months. I have been telling him over and over again, go research this, go look at this. He willfully refuses to do so, and then comes back with the same rational empiricist. His name's Andrew. And then continuously I hear like ongoing, just like, oh, phylogenetics, this, nested hierarchies, that, blah, 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 and doesn't understand what's necessary under that in order for those arguments to even exist.
Well, I feel like most of the atheists, they actually don't want to learn. It's like they want to keep being stupid. Like,
well, I can't possibly know everything. And like, for instance, saying it to me at least, it seems equivalent to saying orbital mechanics, but I can describe this using like particle motions and stuff like that. Like, of course, I don't need to explain it at that level. There are certain tools for different levels, and in this case, I'm not an information expert. I deal with macroscopic properties. That's my specialty.
Yeah, and I learn things that I want to learn, right?
If you want to have a special focus and learn things you want to learn, so be it. But if you only want to learn things that you want to learn, don't want to go look at other things that are necessary to have a big picture understanding of a concept, then that's called willful ignorance. And
well, it's like, it's like they always they just say they made, you know, they're open to everything, but for me, like, just seemed like they already made up their mind that, you know, God doesn't exist. Yeah, like, it's like
they already made up their mind, and it doesn't matter what.
It surely seemed like they did when you heard them talk. Like, it's like,
yeah,
like, you know.
I'd rather people state what they believe, like the fact that, like, for example, somebody tells me, "Hey, go up and read this book, this book, this book, and this book." I'd rather like this person shortly tell me what the substance of this book is, rather than make me read it. Like, I'd rather discuss the possibility of things. Of course, it doesn't bring up the conversation to a good point if I don't know what I'm talking about. But that's why I'm not trying not to touch subjects that I don't know. I'm just simply reading what I'm interested in.
So basically, so basically, what you're saying is you want to live in the instant gratification universe where you don't have to do anything of substance for yourself.
No, I want to do things that I want to do. I don't want to do things that I don't want to do. For example, if there is
congratulations, buddy. I don't want to pay taxes, and yet I do.
Oh yeah, well,
isn't it?
I don't necessarily want to work.
I want to pay taxes.
And yet I do.
I want to pay taxes because if I don't, then I have a punishment for it. That's why I would rather do things that benefit me, that I think benefit me, and that I want to do. I'd rather do things that I want to do. If I don't want to pay taxes, I move to countries where I don't have to.
Almost every time that we have our conversations, you're usually walking, and I think you say you're usually walking for like 2 hours, right?
3, yeah.
Okay, 3 hours. Okay, so do you have access to audiobooks?
Yes, I do, and I listen to them once in a while.
Okay.
Like Bible, for example. I'm listening to Bible right now.
Okay, so the book that I mentioned earlier, I think it's like 9 hours on audiobook, right, at normal speed. So that is no more than 3 days of walking for you.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I have many other things I want to do. I want to listen to podcasts. I want to listen to streams. I want to be.
I understand that you love to make excuses for why you don't understand anything.
Okay.
So if you're gonna question existence and have these sorts of conversations, while simultaneously like, well, there's other stuff I want to do other than actually understand, unless somebody dumbs it down for me into sound bites that can't actually explain the magnitude of one of these components that are in relation to my existence. Well, I apologize, but if you don't want to even take the time to actually have any fundamental understanding of your existence, that's not my problem. That's your problem.
Okay. Well, I'd rather imagine things than read about them. Gives me more pleasure imagining how things could have been.
How could you? Okay, so how do you imagine something that's reality if you don't understand what's necessary for reality?
How do I imagine what's reality? I see things in reality, and when I look at a thing, I imagine how could this thing appear here? How could it come here? How could have been created if it was created? And I go on explanations. For example, oh well, maybe God did it. Well, if God did it, then how did God did it? If we know the mechanism how he did it, how much time did he spend doing it? If he spent so much time, like, did he actually want to do that, or does he have wishes? And if it's not God, for example, let's take evolution. I come up an alternative explanation. Evolution. How does evolution work? Like, I've tried to imagine how evolution works without reading about it. Like, it gives me pleasure, right? I don't like reading things because it doesn't. Well, not that I don't like reading things. Yeah, I don't like reading things because it doesn't give me pleasure. I like thinking about things that people have already come to. For example, if somebody believes evolution and I don't know what evolution is, I like to imagine what do I think they think, right? So I'm trying to come to the theories that people have already come to, like, by myself. Like,
okay, hang on.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're about to wrap up here. So
sure.
You want to imagine what other people imagine without actually knowing what was necessary for them to imagine what they imagined.
Yeah, I don't need to know how I can imagine if I can't imagine already.
How in the heck do you think that any things that people are imagining in this context of, say, evolution, do you think that they're just sitting in a room and being like, I have no idea, I haven't looked at any data, but I'm just going to imagine all of this stuff.
Yeah, if you can imagine something, then you can try to test something, right? So if I can imagine,
not if you don't understand the fundamentals.
Well, to know the fundamentals, you need to imagine that there are fundamentals. First, you think, oh, maybe there are fundamentals. Let's find out, and then you go and test.
Okay, honestly, linguistically, how much weed do you smoke?
I don't smoke.
Oh well, no weed at this point.
Mushrooms, like
this is,
I mean,
no, I don't smoke. I don't drink.
No, this is erroring at this point, dude. For having a brain like that, it's like he's shooting the urine in the brain.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right. Okay, guys, let's do last words, and I gotta pass out. I've been up since way too early, getting final things done with this move. So go ahead and let's do last words. I'm calling tonight. Good.
Yeah, I'll start. Yeah, thank you everybody for the conversation. It was very fun. I hope I didn't sound too aggressive or whatever. I'm really trying to find out things that you're like to go through the things that you're that you believe and that you think are true, that I think are true, and find out which have more ground for them. And I think there is no possibility that we can know, but it's very interesting for me to go through. So thanks for the combo. I hope we talk again. I gotta go.
I'll say last thing. Will Wanable Dave accept the challenge? Will he?
That is a very, very good question. And I'm just going to go out on a limb and say, I look forward to the latest imaginary responses from Wannabe Dave and his minions. And the creativity that will be necessary to double down on the claim that Dr. Tor didn't actually mean what he said. I'm going to be very entertained by that.
Well, last word here for me, it's like, it's just so funny. Like, I don't have a clue what Dr. James Tor speak about. Like, for me, it's just too hard to understand. Like, those con atheists seem to understand everything he said, and they're calling him out when they by their own logic, don't have a PhD. So how the heck can they say he's wrong? Because Wanable Dave with the 50% doctorate in chemistry or whatever is in a position to talk about Dr. James Tor. He's a joke.
Yeah, it's definitely definitely interesting.
On that, I gotta go do treadmill. Have a nice one, boys.
All right, have a good night, Will.
Okay, Will. Yeah, I would like to thank Dr. Tor. I would like to thank the 3 PhDs that you had on. I don't remember all of their names. And I would like to thank you, John, for having them all in one night. And congratulations for that too.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that. I was very thankful they came on and were able to share their knowledge, and yeah, all this stuff to me. I mean, it's the case in point. I feel bad for losing my temper a few minutes ago, so I apologize, everybody. And it's one of those examples where I do not claim to be holier than thou, because I have a temper and I've got a sharp tongue at points, and it really just amazes me. But it just really amazes me and frustrates me to no end. The ongoing willful ignorance. I just don't understand it. Like, we have so much information at our fingertips that we can access for free or for incredibly low sums of money, to have a fundamental understanding of some of the necessities for our very existence. And we are surrounded by individuals who are proud of their ignorance and proclaim it to the masses of, like, I have no idea what this means. I don't need to know what it means. Somebody's going to tell me what it means. And then I'm going to somehow have a reasonable understanding and appreciation for my very existence. It's comical. But incredibly sad and pathetic, with the position that so many of these YouTube atheists that we deal with are like. I don't understand why you'd want to even operate from that perspective, other than from an angry worldview.
Yeah. If they were sincere, we could understand and we could try to help them understand. But when we hold them by the hand and guide them through every step, and they still don't even try to understand, that is frustrating, and then you think then they must not be sincere. They must not really care. But anyways.
Yeah.
God bless and take care. I'll take off.
Appreciate it. Well, everybody, as we wrap up, thanks so much for taking the time to stick with us from 6:45 until now, and all the madness that's happened, the great conversation, the great interactions. Oh, looks like Alex is wanting to hop in and say something real quick. What's up, Alex?
Yeah, just real quick. Willfully ignorant just sticks right out, does it not? That's all I wanted to say, because I'm tired of typing because my thumbs don't want to work anymore.
I understand. Yeah, the willful ignorance to me, I just part of the reason
go ahead.
I was gonna say, part of the reason I get so frustrated and irritated is I'm like, there is no other scenario in which you would not be embarrassed. I mean, you would go hide in a closet if you were so dumb and so ignorant that you couldn't answer basic questions.
But higher academia has taught this for many moons. And when you were in school, I mean, even when I was in school, it was starting. I mean, it was starting like, you have to do this for the test. And thus, if it's for the test, it must be real. That's
a very good point.
And that's what indoctrinates. And, so you have these kids. I have tons of story when my kids were going to school, because it was even worse. And so I put them into Catholic school for a little while, and that turned to burn my pocket a lot. And then they went back into the private school, or the public schools. And then it was even worse after in 2 years that I took them out. 2 years they went to Catholic school, and they were, Catholics are mostly evolutionists anyway. So, because the Pope believes in it. So whatever the Pope believes, they have to believe, right?
Right.
Because you can't go against the Pope, because he's your daddy, right? Isn't that what they say? Father?
Something like that. Yeah.
So, I mean, Jargon and I have had these conversations, but it just bends my mind into a pretzel trying to speak to a lot of these people that, look, there are so many things that have been buried in the vault. They will not ever show. They've burned them. They've gotten rid of them. Just like they did with, the forefathers of the Reformation. They just burned them, got rid of them. That you cannot find. I mean, my thesis sits in my bookshelf. It's in hardbound copy. That's how old it is, right? This is pre-internet anything. Okay. We're talking late, mid 80s. There was no internet. There was no, they had word perfect and stuff like that, but that's how I printed it out. But then it's in hard copy. Okay. For me to put in a bound or anything, it's almost, it's like $180 for me to do it. It's getting worth the money to spend, right? That way I can put it on PDF through a Kinko's or someplace like that where they can do that, right? And that way, they can look at the study and there's no other way they can come to it. But my thesis was burned. I have it in hard copy, but you cannot find it at the University of Houston or at Baylor. You cannot find it. You can't even find me.
Wow.
And that's what they've done. I mean, it's just one of these things where, Fahrenheit 451, Brave New World, 1984, and all of these dystopian books have come to fruition in the last 3 years, right? Yeah. Since, the Russian hoax under Trump, where you have the newspeak now, where everything has to go against them, and there's no other voice. They just did a thing now where CNN, it rules the world. So whatever BBC gets from CNN, that's what they run. Whatever Spain has, whatever all the countries, Germany and all those news places in Europe are bound by CNN, and we gave them that license in 1990 during the Iraq War. We gave them that license that very day under Ted Turner saying, hey, we're going to send some people, because half of that news was fake. What was going on in Iraq, half of it. They couldn't fool it all, but half of it was fake. And then it's just progressed. I mean, we're talking 30 years ago, man. It's like, what? So anyway, I'll let you go because I know you had a long day. I did miss it. I'll have to catch it when you post it because I was so deadbeat tired from work today. I took a nap, and I had you on a reminder. The alarm went off and I slept right through it.
Well, no worries. Trust me. I totally get it. Yeah, it's it was great. It was great interactions, but I appreciate it, man.
All right. Hey, you have a great night's sleep, and take a day off tomorrow or something. Don't get the edge just disappear, kind of like I had to do with my nap.
Well, my the house closing is the 28th, so I'm kind of in I'm in go mode.
Well, I meant from this. Because this does drain you. I mean, it has to. It drains me a little bit, but you putting up this, and then I see you on other blogs and things like that, because it's the temptation, because you want to get the word out. You know what I'm saying? It's that thing of saying, oh no, and then you get in an argument, but it drains you. So you have to kind of do the Elijah thing. You got to go hide in the cave for a little bit, deal with your family, the house, all that stuff, right? And then come back after that's done. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying, you're kicked out or anything. I'm just saying you got to take a mental break, handle the family, and then come back in. It's where you don't have the double mind where, gosh, I got to do this thing tomorrow and I got to do that thing tomorrow with my family. And then, oh man, I've still got my live stream and stuff. I've learned that in my age. That's why I took the nap. I didn't expect to sleep so long, but I needed it. Right. So I've learned to kind of flash out. Plus I've been staying up late on your channel and on Praise's channel. It's wow. It's just amazing.
It happens sometime. Well, and I'm glad you came in and kept us talking, because now I get to say hello to the one and only Sal Cordova. How are you doing, my friend? I've been praying for you, and welcome to the stream. Welcome back. How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing relatively well because of the outpouring of support and prayers for me. Today was my mom's funeral service, and it feels like a little bit of closure. I think it's you never get over it, you get through it. And I just wanted to drop in your channel and just say thanks for your support during a pretty rough time. And so if it means anything to you, the work you're doing has been a great source of comfort to me. I've listened into some of the talks, like with Ken Samples and all, and just your friendship. So I just wanted to say thanks, and also to a lot of the people in the side chat that have visited both our sites, yours and mine. I just want to thank everyone praying for me and the well wishes. And even people from the other side were very kind and expressing their condolences. So the other thing is I'm free to travel now, and my sister lives in Memphis. Coming down I-81 through Route 40, I go right through Nashville. So, I'd be happy to drop by and say hi to you.
Absolutely. Well, just let me know when you're coming through. We'll have to.
I'm
get
heading
together.
back east. I'm heading back east, and I was thinking the same thing, Sal. And you know what? Every day I think of my father who died in 2007. I just wish he was here, but I'm glad he's not. It's a betwixt and between, because my dad was a stalwart defender of Christ, and he was a medical doctor, and he knew his stuff, and it's just incredible. I'm glad he's not here, but I wish he was here. It's a hard thing, right?
I know what you mean. I totally know it. And also condolences to you. So,
yeah,
I'm
sorry you had to go through it. I'm sorry you had to go through it, man, but here you are.
Yeah, here I am. And, I was just thinking today, I said that when my dad passed away 2003, it really brought the whole thing about evidence as a Christian faith, intelligent design to the focus. And it was right around that time I was just recovering from nearly leaving the Christian faith. And looking in retrospect, I don't regret choosing the Christian path to go back, because the one thing I love their skepticism, and they, even to this day, I said, sometimes they ask really good questions that need to be put on the table for Christians to consider. And I don't take offense at that. But the one thing that really turned me, I said, well, what do you have to offer me? What does your worldview have to offer me? What answers are there in atheism? And I realized there are none. I mean, like, how do you find meaning in life? How do you find meaning and purpose?
It's a negative religion. It's a negative religion.
You can name your channel Answers in Atheism. Doesn't mean you're going to find them.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've seen in the atheist wars among atheists, they keep saying that they appeal to science and reason, and they have some basic questions about like what's right and wrong. And it's been eye-opening to see. It's like, oh, they can't use their atheism, science, and reason to resolve even simple questions about what's right and wrong. They can only base it on their preferences. And then also, what's the purpose? What's the meaning? And that began to really hit me today. And over the last 2 weeks, I said, if I didn't have hope that there's the Christian God, I said, I don't know what I would do, because a lot of what I'd lived for the last 18 years since Dad died was caring for my mom. And I'm like, well, yeah, I could find something else, but how would atheism tell me that that's the right thing to find or to devote my life to? If our just simple whims and wants are the guide to what's right and wrong, there's going to be problems with that, because often our own desires kind of lead us down the wrong, a road that's not very productive. And so that's just been on my heart. So I just wanted to say hi to my friends. The channel under, I said I was going to be on kind of sabbatical for 2 weeks until things settled down, until my mom's memorial service took place. And, I wanted to serve my family well during this tough time. It's kind of hard because you're feeling a lot of pain, and it's like, yeah, I still have a responsibility. And on top of the heartaches, now I have the headaches because I've been named executor. So I have to deal with all that too. You. Yeah. And then I was sitting in traffic and some guy whacked me. So I was in a car accident while I was trying to take care of business. So Yeah, it piles
That's
up.
always how it goes, right there.
Yeah, but you know,
Look,
it's go on. I interrupted you guys.
no, look, Sal, you're a great influence. I think first time I heard you was on SFT, and I go, who is this? Who is this guy? But then when you laid out what you know, I just go, man, this guy has a gift, and he can use that to battle anybody he needs to. And you have such a good demeanor. I learned my demeanor from my dad. He was not your typical doctor. And so I gained that through, and I'm not your typical PhD. I don't talk and have the pipe and the nice little, coat on and sit there and cross my legs with my slippers on and, talk all these indulgences of science. It's in my head, but I'm a plain speaker that just tries to get to the direct answer. And sometimes the direct answer is a hard way to get to when, you're just basically, I have that in me where it's just, I'll just say BS in the middle of a thing. And I shouldn't say that. But in my mind, it's just like, man, I just can't stand this nonsense, And you have that demeanor, though. I believe you can suppress that. Me, that went, that went my, let's see, my third year out of university. It was just like, I just can't have that conversation with all the, formations of a huge thesis and, a big structure, because it just becomes complicated because they know that they're talking a bunch of nonsense and they're mixing it up into the jargon and the linguistics and the things of, how they can formulate it. And it takes them 4 minutes to get 2 sentences out. When I'm a direct approach, and that's not how they like you to be. And it's my uncle was the same way. I mean, I think grandfather was the cause of that. He's very matter of fact, but I'm glad that you have your demeanor to be able to speak that way, because, you speak softly, you carry a big stick, though, because you have a great mind. Same thing with you, LPP.
Well, I don't know about the great mind. I speak directly. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I hear you a lot, and it's a similarity. And when I'm heading east, going to DAL, you're only a day's drive away from me, so I can pop in. We'll pop in, and we can we can chat over something down there at the Hard Rock or something like that, and just talk about stuff face to face versus through the virtual. And I'm done with California. Our gas prices in 2 weeks will go up to $7. That's how that's going to work. And everything else, the rent, the this, the that is just got on me. And I'm tired of the rat race of the marketing that I do. I have to, not a full-time evangelism. It will get there, but it's just weighed on my heart now for 2 years. That's a long time to battle between. And every time I'm in a pinch, all of a sudden I'll get these requests for sales, and then that money gets depleted because of the cost, but it paid for the cost. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's like I owe so much, and all of a sudden it's not to the exact penny. Sometimes it's a little bit more, sometimes a little less, but it takes care of the cost. Yet I should be earning more than that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, how come I can't earn 10,000 more? It's God saying, because you're going to spend it, Alec. That's what's going to happen.
Well, there's that, and there's also the aspect of, let's just be very blunt. The Californias and those in power in DC, it's their blatant objective to remove disposable income from the equation, because disposable income equals time, which equals freedom, which equals the ability to investigate and to reach conclusions other than what they're told to believe. And that is ultimately the greatest danger to authoritarians is, people that aren't so busy with survival that they can actually observe my shenanigans. I mean, it's what it boils down to.
Right, which lays into today. So I was paid today, but they shortened my commissions. They said that there was a budgeting glitch, and in payroll there was this and that. So the funny part about it was I had set the date for the 26th and 27th to travel. Now I have to wait till June 1st and June 2nd to travel. So something's in the plan. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yeah, it's always interesting how those things, especially when you look at them from the bigger picture, there tends to end up being different components that all underlie the big picture results. And yeah, I mean, I tell you what, this whole stuff that's going on in the world right now is getting extraordinarily well. It's very interesting. It's bizarre, but it's also very interesting just from a eschatology perspective and just historic aspect. I mean, to me, when you contemplate these things that are escalating globally, I'm just like, okay, well, I've been claiming that I'll put it this way. I claimed that the last 4 years were God's temporary timeout from the acceleration to the end of the world. And what we're observing happening globally, I would say we are on a 100-mile-an-hour, or actually maybe faster, let's say 1,000-mile-an-hour trajectory towards absolute chaos.
We're in a nosedive right now. I heard that the Mosque of Omar was on fire.
I didn't know that, but that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I heard that today, and I can't find anything about it. But I heard that the Mosque of Omar up there at the Temple Mount is on fire.
Wow.
Yeah, and I may be wrong, but somebody said, yeah, the temple is on fire, and I'm like, what? I mean, this is devastating, right? Because this is one of the sacred grounds of Islam, according to their Quran and all that fun stuff. So yeah, we're going to see the proverbial hit the oscillator pretty soon.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you guys have been following this, like Europe, a whole boatload of generals retired, and actually they were actually also active duty. Wrote a formal letter to Macron and said they're on trajectory for civil war. And here in the United States, 200 retired generals, 200 retired generals wrote an open letter with this very similar statement. And like and I mean, there's places all over the world that are already on fire, not in a figurative sense, but a literal one. I mean, the fields burn, and we're living in these, like here in the United States, we're living in these like idyllic little bubbles of fantasy land that things aren't getting worse. I mean, what I found very interesting is we've been being told for years, right? Really since like 2009 with, TARP and stimulus and all that stuff. Like, oh no, all the quantitative easing that's having to be executed in order to make this happen, it's all fine. and then you fast forward to now, and last month, Warren Buffett comes out and it's like, I think there's going to be hyperinflation. And then it's like, no kidding. No kidding, really? And then and then like this past couple, like last week and a half, is hyperinflation on the horizon and all these kind of things. And I'm like, no, we've only done quantitative easing to a level that we actually don't know what the number is anymore. It's so much. It's so big. Nobody actually knows how much it is.
LPP, you just triggered me, man. One of these days, I'll have my own talk and I'll tell you the whole Warren Buffett put together. That's what it is. The Warren Buffett, it's a whole put together, because he's, along with the Gates Foundation and all that, they're all part of the Planned Parenthood, but it goes deeper than that.
I mean, the stuff on I tell you what, man, all the deal, like the population control that's being,
it just came out
their
today,
macro objective. It's mind blowing. What is
it just came back. So if you go back with the truth of even into the 50s, so we're talking, 70 years ago, right? And you count all even the ones that aren't, that you can't find out if there was actually somebody that gave up their child to Moloch, all the way to today, it's been about somewhere in the range of 89 million babies in the world have been aborted.
Yeah.
89 million. I mean, some countries don't even have 15 million people. 89 million. Can't prove all that, but it's called the goodness gracious, it begins with a G, but it's actually the counter for Planned Parenthood, and they do all the studies and they keep all the figures and facts and things like that. They're kind of not 100%. Let's just say 80%. It's I want to say gut stock, but it's not gut stock. It's I've got it saved. But anyway, you go there and they have all of the data and everything about African American, Spanish American, Hispanics, and whites. And then they have the Europeans in every one of their countries and goes down. This is the amazing fact of African American abortions. And this is only since 1968. Okay, so African Americans make up 12.5%. You always hear this 13%, but they're rounding up. 12.5% of the United States population identifies as African American. Okay, so if you take that 12.5, and it's about a 65-35 split, 65% being women that are African American. So you're looking, let's just say 8%, right? 8% of the United States population has 39% of the abortions in the United States every year. And
there's been very aggressive. It's actually interesting if you look at the demographic data that you're kind of referring to there of like 1950, whatever it was. 52, I think, was the census of that decade. Anyway, at the time, I believe the African American population was like 11.8, 11.9%, something like that. The Hispanic American was just under 8%. Okay. Fast forward to today, and you just pointed out like about 13%. But the Hispanic population is almost 18%.
Right. And I'll expound on that. In the 60s, African American was pushing 30% of the United States population until Martin Luther King worked that one out. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much that's obviously been done to suppress different segments of our population. I find it just fascinating that Planned Parenthood. It's actually there's an interesting study that it was 90-something% of all Planned Parenthood locations are within 1 mile of minority neighborhoods.
Yes, sir.
And I'm nothing suspicious here, folks. Nothing at all about population control of minority segments under the auspice of somehow caring. It's
do you know who Larry Elder is?
I do.
Larry Elder. Okay, he has a whole book on it.
Mm-hmm.
And when he was young in the 60s, okay, he actually went door to door because he wasn't really informed back then, right? But he was one of the on the ground people that went door to door that actually had single mothers sign up. It wasn't even single mothers. It was married African American couples that he would go to, and hey, they would tell the mother, if you kick dad out, you will get free rent. So sometimes the fathers left voluntarily. This is actually a form on a clipboard that they would sign out and say, oh, we're going to get free rent as long as I kick the man out of the house. And now it's fast forward to how many single mothers are there, without fathers. They don't even know who the father is, all that fun stuff because they're having their heyday and They just don't know. So this was planned out. This is heavily planned out. Very evil, very, but hey, you have the Georgia Guidestones that kind of lays it out.
That's very true.
And it creates a lot of societal problems, as Larry Elder pointed out, that and also Thomas Sowell, that when there's not two parents, it's going to be a lot harder for the children. I mean, there's some exceptions, but on average, it's inviting a lot of trouble, and the kids don't grow. A lot of them, the probability they end up being dysfunctional as adults is increased. And this just perpetuates the problem, and it can start to destabilize society. What actually I learned from Larry Elder, and I appreciated the fact that he's an African American saying this, and same with Thomas Sowell, because anyone else would have been accused of utter racism. They said, you can't keep blaming the racism for this problem of absentee fathers. You can't keep blaming that, and no one wants to really talk that it's just the way that of what's ever going on there that needs to be fixed. And this is, if you keep scapegoating something and you're not fixing the root cause, it's going to be problematic. And then what you end up doing is you end up throwing more resources to make the problem worse. And so this is a classic play of what I call evil. You do something that ends up being really bad, and then you blame the people that had nothing to do with it. You just demonize them, and you make up a story that's totally not true as to some of the root causes. And and to the point you're all saying is that people come to power, not very honest, really corrupt leaders come to power when they can destabilize a nation and create problems, and then promise solutions which never come, but they'll lie and then take power. And we've seen this play out like in places like Venezuela, that was a prosperous country, and they'll just make something up, blame innocent people for the evil deeds of the real perpetrators, and they end up getting rid of the actual good people and putting the wrong people in power.
Well, that's unfortunately the end game for all of this, is to enable those things to occur. But
it kind of bases off of the Social Security here in California. It's the largest debtor to the federal funds in the United States because of the population. So when a family comes across the border from Mexico, Hispanic, comes across, the first place they go to is the social service office because the daughter is pregnant. Okay. And so they fill out the paperwork, and now that the daughter is pregnant, they sign up on social services. And then while they're here, the baby is from birth to age 19 covered for the 19 to 20 years, even if it's in the womb, right? It's covered by Medicare. And they don't have to report. They don't have to do anything. They're just covered for those 19 years automatically. There is no default. You can be a millionaire and you'll still be on Medicare, right? And so the daughter is pregnant. Well, how did the daughter get pregnant? Well, it's a paternal type of a thing that they do because that's their entry into the United States. So the family comes in, daughter's pregnant, daughter has the baby. All of a sudden, they're getting anywhere in the range of $900 to $1,500 on Social Security cash every month. That's supposed to cover infant needs and prenatal care and postnatal care. And so the mother doesn't have to work at all for those 19 years. Yet they get an underground job, right? Cleaning houses or whatever they get. But before they know it, there's 2 to 3 children. And that's kind of how the happened in the African American community when Larry Elder went knocking on the doors. the more children they had, the more money they got from social services. Okay, so it was a calculation of whatever it was for each child, right? So therefore, the mother didn't have to work. So it's kind of, you know, so she would get pregnant again. Well, I get double the money. I get pregnant again. Now I get triple the money. And I still don't have to pay rent because I'm, you know, there's no father. You know, the father ran away. But a lot of those posts of the paternal side of the family, they left voluntarily so that they didn't have to pay the rent. It's just a sick, vicious circle. And people haven't called this out. And anytime somebody tries to call them out, they either, you know, get a hole between their eyes, or they get poisoned, or a plane crash, or some sort of a, you know, novelty death happens to them. You know, the worst, you know, case scenario was probably in, you know, it was about late 80s, early 90s. There was a, it was after Duke Majan was governor in California. It was a family friend, by the way. And so he bowed out because he had his 2 terms. And then, you know, they went to, it wasn't Gray Davis, is the other guy. Anyway, he was a very liberal Republican, Pete Wilson. And, you know, that was when I was heading off to Australia because, you know, it's what I decided to do with my wife. And so I didn't really keep up with everything for 9 years while I was in Australia. And I came back. Luckily, I came back to East Tennessee because my family had migrated there. And so I really didn't get the huge mallet on the head of what was happening in California. But there were several deaths in succession of some of these people that were trying to keep America under how it was with Ronald Reagan when he was governor, you know, and Duke Majan, and then part of the Pete Wilson thing. But then it just declined. And then you had Arnold Schwarzenegger, he was a put together. There's, you know, that was just the wrong way to go. And, but it was all by design, if you will. The pattern just fits. It just could have been no other way.
Right.
You know, it's kind of like how we try to walk it through, you know.
And what gets me is, you know, we have the leadership that is engineering this, but the thing that really gets me is the people that will accept it. Large segments of culture just think this is okay, or that it's good, or it's desirable. And just like, what happened to our culture? You know, these people, one reason this is happening now is the culture in prior generations wouldn't have put up with it. They wouldn't have accepted these ideas. They had, and I'm learning that, and I'm realizing how easy it is for people, just like, you know, the first thing is they just become indifferent. They don't value certain parts of the way things were that were really good, like limited government. So they just kind of like, oh, you know, what's a few more percent control to give up this year? And it just ends up, it just keeps rolling. And it's like, you know, whereas in the past, they would put up a fight. They would really put up a fight for even small tax rate increases, and they would be insisting, and they would be trying to deny control and ever more regulation and bureaucracy. And for a while, I thought, well, what was the big deal? And now looking back, it was like, it was a good thing. It was a big deal. These people were fighting so hard for certain things, and limited government, limited interference, and liberty, and free commerce.
Sal, we've had our Glossen knocked. We've had it. You know, the night of broken glass, we've had it. You know what I mean? It's in the past, and that's what triggered it. The riots, the whole, you know, them burning down Minneapolis, or burning down Portland and those places. Why Portland? Portland was an up and coming city. You know, it was very hippie like, you know, what we would say back in the 70s, you know, with all the millennials and coffee shops and things like that. Those are all ruined. We've had our Glossen knock. So those people that were trying to be entrepreneurs are no longer, they filed in with the people. Is exactly what happened in Germany. Sorry to cut you off, but I just had that on my head.
Actually, please forgive me. I'm not familiar with that term.
Okay, so the Night of Broken Glass. That was
okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So back in German history, that was the flipping point where the Jews became the bad people. They had to blame somebody, right? And that's what happened. And so now they're blaming the white people as the chosen people, or whatever you want to call us. Now, I'm 52. Okay. If I were to go and apply, doesn't matter, Indeed, any of those, right? They have a little thing. What do you identify as, and all that other stuff. And there's no way I can get a job with a company now. My brother, who's 15 years younger than me, he had a hard time getting a job because he's on the cusp right now, right? So he's 36, and he's even almost too old to get these positions, and he's white.
Yeah, and then now it's becoming like, okay, we're going to blame the Christians for all this. I mean, that was what I was realizing about all the Trump hatred. It wasn't just Trump. It was the fact that he represented the Christian West, and that really got under some people's skin. And that's the thing that shocked me. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, sorry, the first president to ever in my lifetime in the Oval Office invoke the name of Jesus Christ. Not just say God, because God can mean anything, right? To any person who's, oh, God, it could be whatever. He actually invoked the name of Jesus Christ in that prayer thing in the Oval Office. I almost cried. I was like, what?
I didn't know that.
Yes. Yeah, CNN wouldn't show it. You had to see it on RSBN or on Fox at the time. And then you have that guy who runs it privately, OAN. They were in the Oval Office, and CNN never showed it. They won't show anything about God. They'll show you the Pope, but they won't show anything that's evangelical.
Yeah.
Anyway, continue. I'm sorry I butted in, but yeah, it just hit me right there because the very first president I ever remember, and I grew up in the, Jimmy Carter. I remember Ford, Jimmy Carter, and then Ronald Reagan, and Ronald Reagan kind of skated the surface a little bit. You know what I mean? Jimmy Carter was actually president of the Southern Baptist Conference. And I never heard him say anything about Jesus Christ. Interesting.
I was not enthusiastic about Jimmy Carter.
No.
I was so glad to see him go, and I was embarrassed that for the Christian faith that he was claiming to be a Christian, and that being such a terrible president. So someone in the side chat mentioned that while all these bad things are happening, this is also the time that there's more, God's revealing more things to help defend the Christian faith and comfort his people more than at any time. And I would agree, because we really need it now. Oh, yeah. It says here, who said that? I see who said that. That was One Cow Stampede. He said, there's a reason that the evidence has turned so strongly in favor of confirming God's word. We're about to need that level of reassurance. Amen.
Well, I mean, that's part of it. There's going to be a building up of the church, and then it's going to come crashing down. So a lot of people are turning to church. I mean, our services are packed. We have to add extra seats in the auditorium seats, roughly 1,500.
There's going to be a realignment of churches, even some churches that had good reputations. I've been very disappointed where they've been going. And I've been learning some tough lessons about how the current culture of Christianity in the United States has done a lot to harm the Christian cause without either meaning to, or they're incompetent or whatever, but it just wasn't getting the job done. And, but it's comforting to see that, God is reaching out to people.
Yes.
Even through like channels like this, where you would hear stuff that I don't hear in church that needs to be heard. And
Oh man, our pastor, he did a 180 because he was trying to keep the congregation together because, you have those rich people that, want a lukewarm church so they don't have to, feel bad about things. But in the last, I'd say 10, let's just say 12 Sundays. All right. So you're looking at 3 months, everything flipped and he lost a lot of that money. But now no more money's pouring in, because like I said, they have to put extra chairs, and he does 3 services. He does a Saturday, and then he does at 5:30, and then he does the 9, and then he does the 11 on Sunday, 9 and 11 on Sunday, and they're all packed. And it's not because of the donuts and coffee either.
And you said he did a 180?
Oh yeah, he went 100%. He doesn't back down now. He just says, "Hey, if you don't like the church service, you got to leave." And he says,
"Amen."
Yeah,
good on him. That's actually been the problem. Is that the church model was let's fill the pews, and they started to compromise on their subtle ways to compromise. It's like they didn't say anything wrong. What they did is they avoided talking about certain topics that they needed to talk about.
Right.
And so it's the era of omission. They'll just say, "Oh, let's just get together and love one another," and just kind of repeat the same message. In some churches, it's like 12 weeks in a row. They just said, "Oh, you need to go out and preach the gospel," and that was the message for months. And just like, don't you have anything more substance to say than that? Because this is a broken record. You're not saying anything that's really encouraging people and inspiring them, helping them to believe more. None of that.
Yeah, and he invokes it straight off. He said, "This is a church built off of Jesus Christ's blood," and he says it every service. And he said, "If you don't like me, this is not hellfire. This is to save your soul." And then he goes on with the talk, and then it kind of thinned out for a little bit. Still kind of a pandemic situation, and then. So about 8 weeks ago, so gave it a month, then about 8 weeks ago, it was just, I was like, what the heck? And so I had to go up to him. I said, what lit your fire? He said, "Look, I'm just tired of it. I'm just tired of being told, because I'm not getting that, $20,000 check this week, yada, yada, yada." So I told him to leave. You're no longer part of this congregation. Kicked him out. He said, "If we see you here, security's going to take you off the ground."
And so what was this, about a $20,000 check a week? He was a big donor or something, or?
Yeah, big donor. It was $20,000 a month. And he was a big donor, and he said, "Well, I'm not going to give any more money." And he said, "We'll go find another church. You're not going to control me anymore because I'm not afraid of your $20,000. I can get that from, 100 people." You know what I'm saying?
God bless him.
Yeah.
And, I tell you what, some of these mega churches are under a lot of pressure to pay mortgages because they bought buildings they couldn't afford, and hired staff and they ended up being an entertainment industry. And it's like, so you got yourself in a business model that's going to steer you one way that your priority is not telling the truth.
Right. And he switched.
So you might tell the truth in the sense that you might read passages from the Bible, but then you omit.
Right.
And that's what I'm finding. That's kind of the strategy. They're not going to deal with certain things.
Yeah. And during service, he switched from the RSVB to the New King James Version, which kind of surprised me, because when I follow along with the service, I always open up Bible Gateway and go to the King James Version. It's easier than me carrying my Bible in, which I've had for 40 years now. And so I just go on the King James Version, and it connects very well with the New King James. There's a couple of little differences, but the RSVB was always in that Westcott and Hort type of a fallacy on the new Greek. That's where they started coming out with these different things of Nefesh, and when they go back, the original Hebrew was this, and then the original Greek was that. Well, that was the New Testament and the Bible being basically a counterfeit through Westcott and Hort, which were paid for by the Roman Catholic Church.
Hmm.
Yeah, it goes way back.
Well, I just want to say good on that, Pastor. And then the other thing I'm realizing, and this is something I've had to decide, am I going to try to go the popular route, or would I rather just speak my conscience? And even if I get a small subscriber base, and I said, you know what, I can live with myself if my goal is to tell the truth and to teach it as effectively as to equip people. So it's like, okay, I'm not going to worry about too much if I end up boring people. I'm going to give the message that I feel they need to hear. And I began to have a peace of mind, so I'm really glad to hear that about the pastor.
Right. It's the peace that passes all understanding. It just gives you relief in your heart that you're speaking the truth to these people, and it will come back to you. That's God's promise, right?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ said that it will come back to you, sevenfold, tenfold, whatever it comes back. It's like the giving of the talents, that parable. So there's a large group of evangelical churches and things like that are smaller in congregation. Like we have one here next to the Los Alamos racetrack called Cornerstone. It's a mega church. I mean, we're talking like 10, 15,000 people that, will drive from a 20-mile radius that went there. It's declined. They didn't even open for the pandemic or anything like that. And then you look at, a lot of people don't like them. They try and tear them down. But John MacArthur's church, Grace Community Baptist Church, it's an open church. He never shut down. He always preached during the pandemic. And I don't know if California brought the police in, tried to shut him down, things like that. And he's, they say, oh, he's a rich guy. He used that money to hire 50 lawyers to battle the Los Angeles County district attorneys, because that's tax money they use, right? So that's an infinite amount of money pretty much in LA County that was coming down on this church. Can't remember the figure. It's between $3 and $5 million he's used to battle out of the church funds and the everything that they battled against Los Angeles County to keep his church open, because they tried to shut him down like 9 times, and he said, "No, you can't do it. It's against the the Bill of Rights, against the First Amendment. Can't shut me down. This is a church. This is not anything. People come here voluntarily. I don't make them come like you do." They use the argument of the school system. You make the children go to the school system. We don't make people come here. We compel them to come here through the word, that's being preached here. Oh, you got to read about it, man. It's just the amount of money, and they're still spending money, on these. Some of the lawyers are doing it voluntarily, some because of the, going to court against the state of California, and Governor Gruesome got involved in it. It's just phenomenal. And then now you have this whole crowd. Well, MacArthur's worth $1 billion, and he's got mansions, and he's got this, and he's got that. Look, I just go Joseph of Arimathea. That's what I do. I go, prove me wrong. It's one of those things.
I all I can do is just hope for the best for Christ Church, but I'm I think the present trouble, the Lord totally knows it.
Oh yeah.
He knew about all the problems the church would go through. And this is no surprise. So I'm just trusting the Lord that it's in his hands. And that one psalm that comforted me was that he laughs at the way the nations behave. This is his entertainment. in a sense, is that they're going to try to destroy his people, and it's like it's not going to work. You know, they can only destroy the body; they can't destroy the soul.
Exactly.
And what's happening in Iran? The last place I ever thought the gospel would be spreading is Iran, under that totalitarian Islamic regime, and God is reaching people there, and people are turning to Christ. And then to some extent, Red China. Now, we don't know how the church is doing now because it's been so shut down, but I'm trusting that there's a move of God there. And the fundamental thing is that at some point people realize the state can't do for the human soul what only God can do. And at some point that hunger is going to be there. You know, there could be a lot of tragedies. We saw that with Mao and Stalin, but it's at some point, you know, the people's souls will cry out and they'll be turning. And also, I really do think that there are miracles happening in some of those places, and God's reaching people's souls. I keep hearing reports of a lot of people having dreams about Jesus, because in the Islamic text, the Quran, there's mention of Jesus. It's corrupted, distorted, but it's like, yeah, you know, something in their soul is telling them that this is the right way. Look into it more. And it's just amazing. I keep hearing stories like that. And I thought, do I know any Christians that said they had dreams of Muhammad and they wanted to turn? I don't know of any, you know, and then become Muslim, but we hear the reverse.
Right.
So, and you know, it's one thing I just, as a slight parallel, at the very time academia is really trying to shut down Christianity and like in the way of like attacking intelligent design and creationism, it's also at this time that the arguments, because I've been monitoring the arguments for almost 40 years, the arguments have gotten stronger because the evidence is flowing in and pouring in. Problems that were causing me just like, oh Lord, you know, this is kind of hard to believe, like Noah's flood, the genealogy of Jesus Christ, origin of life, things with cosmology. A lot of that's, I've seen a lot of changes in 40 years in the data that the secular world is providing. And
right.
It really is an exciting time to be alive in that sense, that I was just like, Lord, you know, if the trend keeps going, that we're going to have, the case will just keep getting stronger and stronger.
Well, you know, in the secular world, the more that they dive deep, and that's why they've been preaching the same thing through the secular schools and things like that. You can't find anything different from 30 or 40 years ago. Okay, from these professors, they say, oh, we found this, but then all of a sudden they go to the next step and they say, oh, they shut it down. Just like they did with the Genome Project, you know, they shut it down. And then now they started the BioLogos thing, which that's also finding huge problems with evolutionary theism. You know, it's finding huge problems already. And so they're only letting certain things out that are not meeting up with their, oh, you know, God started this evolution thing and God could have done all this. It's not going that way. There's certain huge chasms in their thinking that it should go this way, but there's huge chasms that they have to kind of mull over and kind of skip that and then keep on with their message, which, you know, I just call it demonic now. There's no way. So like the conversation, I don't know if you heard it previous with LPP and Jungle Jargon, and he just, you know, they just can't answer the question, and they'll do this ignorant thing like, oh, what do you mean? Oh, I was jogging. Oh, I was doing that. They'll make an excuse to have you repeat the question. And I actually went through it with a guy called One Way the other night, and you know, I was telling him, look, Paul, you know, it's been said that Paul preached up in Great Britain, and he goes, Great Britain didn't exist under the Roman Empire at his time. I said, well, it was called something different, which was Britannia, but I thought I'd use that as, you knowing where Great Britain is on the globe, that you could understand that that was part of the Roman Empire at that time of Paul's teaching. And it does say that he went to Spain, and it does say this. So him just going across the, into Gaul and then into the Britannia area is not a far stretch. But he played this semantics game with me for a half hour. It's like, oh, I don't see any maps of it. Show me a map of it. And when I'm on my phone like I am now, I can't share anything. It's just basically, I can speak. I can't type in the comment section or anything like that. And it was just that. I was just like, wait a second, this guy's just playing games with me.
Oh yeah.
He's, it's so sad.
I don't, I'm very selective on who I will dialogue with these days, because some of them are really just a waste of time. But then there are others that I think actually they make very biting arguments and criticisms that I think need to be addressed. So I'm actually on good terms, try to be on good terms with evolutionary biologists. I said, you know that I totally disagree with everything you represent. But let's just talk, because my audience are college science students. They're going to be exposed to everything you say, and I'm going to be much more respectful of the stuff that you put on the table, because I know they're going to be fed it for 4 years if they're biology students. But then there are others I'm just like, no, I'm not going to waste my time on you guys. For one, I know way more about the topics you're talking about, because I happen to have studied these courses and you haven't, and I can tell that.
Right.
And if they're just teeing off and saying, you haven't convinced me, I said, okay, you're playing a game. You're appointing yourself as judge of all reality, and you're acting as if I can't persuade you, then I don't have evidence. It could be just as well that good evidence was presented to you and you're not able to comprehend it. And you're not, I don't deal with that. One of the mistakes that I'm seeing that's engaged in is like, oh, if we're not persuasive to these people, if they're not converted, then they can make it look like you've failed. And I said, just turn that around. You just ask them, what does your viewpoint have to offer humanity, me, and helping us solve the human condition? And they clam up real fast after that. I said, you just tell me, okay, how do you, what does evolutionary theory have to do for me? What does it have to do for society? How does it help us decide what's right and wrong? What gives meaning to life? Because one thing I realized today, secular culture has done a very good job of kind of ignoring the problem of death. And I never noticed it, but at my mom's memorial service, she was Catholic. She wanted a Catholic mass, but I think she is becoming very Protestant toward the end of her life. And I do believe she was saved. I believe that a lot. But the Catholic priest, this was a very Protestant sounding homily that he gave. What we would call a sermon, they call it homily in the Catholic Mass. And he said, the thing that Jesus gives us, he gives us a solution to the problem of death. And he said, did you notice that there's been a change in language? They don't want to use the word death. They're trying to say expired.
Yes.
And they're trying to, and I realized, I said, this idea of happily ever after, it's pretty for stories, but that's not reality. And he said, did you notice that sometimes news outlets might not even mention that someone passed away? Because it raises a certain problem. How do you find meaning in all of this? And he said, he made a very astute observation, which I said, I haven't even heard this from certain Protestant pulpits. He said, did you notice that when Jesus talked about a believer's death, many times he used the word to sleep, meaning that it's temporary. The only time, especially in the New Testament, when the word death is used, it's usually talking about a second death. But for the believers, it's sleep. And I was like, yeah, I'm sure some Protestants have said that, but it really hit home He said, that's the difference that Christianity makes. That's something that other religions, and especially atheism, cannot answer. And like, amen, brother. Because the last 2 weeks were really hard for me, because when you love someone, and after my dad passed away in 2003, I've been caring for my widowed mother for that time. And when you love someone, you feel like you can't give them enough. You feel like you only give them 1/10 of what you really can. You want to give them 10 times more than what you're capable of. And you always feel so inadequate. It's like, I wish I could have done more. And you're like, well, I can't be too hard on myself, but I still want to. And what the very day after, I think that Mom passed, and it was, she died when I was at her side, and I didn't expect it. She just stopped breathing when I was just checking her with a stethoscope. The very next day, Dr. Sandy Pigeon calls me up, and he actually came to my memorial service today because we attended the same church, and he lives in the area, and I was just really grateful. And we're going to be working together on evidence, reasons, and apologetics together in the DC area. And he said, Sal, listen to me. Your mom's in a better place. Everything you've worked for evidence and reasons and apologetics, this is telling you that it's true. It's not a fantasy. She is in a better place. Right. And I was like, oh my goodness, you're right. I was always like, every day I'm worried, is she going to be okay? Am I going to mess up? Am I going to do something that, I could have done better and it's going to cause her difficulty? And he said, she is in better care and before the presence of God now. She's more alive today than you can ever imagine. And you know that because of everything you've studied and researched over the last 20 years.
Right.
And I'm just like, yeah, you're right. And I began to feel like, Lord, well, I really didn't do as much. And sometimes I was a little too harsh with her because I lost my patience because I was really tired. I'm like, Lord, forgive me for that. But you can complete what was lacking in me, and I can take comfort in that. Suddenly the burden was lifted, and I said, now I don't have to worry about her. I was at my post until he came along and took care of her. And I said, everything I've studied the last 20 years on creation, evolution, and intelligent design, even though I don't have quite as much evidence as I'd like, it was enough. Because the alternative is the atheist viewpoint, which has nothing. It's like, okay, how does I don't believe in God do anything for you in a situation like this? Because I've asked them how do they have meaning in their life, and they say you just make your own meaning. I'm like, okay, so you're just going to assume something without any evidence. So when you declare yourself an atheist, it forces you to have faith with zero evidence in other areas of your life,
right?
Like finding meaning. And after that point, I'm just like, I just like, Lord, thank you, because now it began to make meaning. My loss is her gain, and a great comfort.
Well, it's also a gain for you in the thing that you can now look upon, your raising, being with your mother and your father, and that type of a thing, and knowing that one day you'll be rejoined.
Yeah,
that's the other part. And you can have this conversation with me because I totally understand what you're saying. I get it. But if you have this conversation with somebody that is secularist and atheistic and all that, they're just gonna they're not gonna understand.
And I'm not going to try to. What I realized, I end up not doing anyone good by trying to persuade people that don't want to be persuaded. And then the other thing is, when I looked at it as like, okay, now you try to persuade me why what you have to offer is better for me or anyone else. And that's something I realized, oh my goodness, they just draw blanks at that point. I'm like, okay, so you've ridiculed everything about Christianity, but when the focus is on their viewpoints and the consequences, it's like, oh my goodness, the ridicule starts to fall on them a lot worse. Because just basic questions. How do you decide what's right and wrong? How do you decide what's right and wrong for society, for yourself? What do you value? How do you decide what's valuable? Give me your scientific calculation, your mathematical calculations and your experiments that tell you what the human soul should value.
Right. Tell me how much a thought weighs.
Yeah.
Well, that always reminds me of when Jesus Christ went to Nazareth. There were no believers. They tried to throw him off a cliff, and they didn't want to hear it from somebody that they saw grow up. And it's kind of how it asserts in my mind that Jesus his message wasn't received in all places he went. And it's pretty sad actually that the way people perceive somebody that could have had a really hard life, didn't know where they were going, didn't even ever step into a church or hear the gospel or anything like that, and they changed their life around. It could be Alcoholics Anonymous. It could be many different ways that it could have gone. But then they come to this point where, hey, I know Jesus Christ now. They finally heard the gospel and it made sense to them, and they hold on to that, and then they go and try and tell people that know about the past of that person. They said, "Oh, well, I remember when whatever the worst thing could have been done," and they'll bring that up. And he said, "Yeah, but I'm changed now." And they just look at it, kind of like you get that look from a dog, that sideways look, like what, that type of thing, and they just don't comprehend it.
Yeah. And one thing and I was naive, but I'm learning a few things that are a bit sobering. It was really right there in the Bible, but then sometimes you don't necessarily see it until you encounter it in your own life. The Pharisees saw Jesus' miracles and they rejected him repeatedly. And I never began to get some of the anti-theism that was there until I began to ask the right questions. And so some of them now will, and I realized some of them were actually more than willing to answer the question if you just asked it. Simple things like, if you had all the evidence that the Christian God were real, what would you do? A lot of them now are just saying they'd serve the devil. I'm just like, okay, that really tells me what the problem is, and it's nothing that the Bible didn't address, because there are the Pharisees, and they're not going to be persuaded by anything. But at least some of the anti-theists, and I'm hoping some of them are naive, because if they really mean what they say, their words will be used against them on Judgment Day, because Jesus said, by your words you'll be justified, by your words you'll be condemned. And on Judgment Day, some of the things that these people have said to me in debate, if they don't repent, the tape's going to roll on them and say, okay, you said this, and you really meant it.
Yeah, you stand without excuse.
Yeah. So, and that's why I've changed the way that maybe I was naive 20 years ago. I said, if I just get the word out, people will be just so overjoyed. And I've learned the hard way that that's not the truth. Because one time, while mom was still in the hospital, just a few days before she passed, I gave a reading of scriptures, 2 passages, John chapter 9 on the blind man, the blind beggar, and then 1 Kings 14 on Jeroboam's son, whom God struck with illness because there was something pleasing in him. His siblings, their bodies were desecrated, but God took that son to punish Jeroboam, but also because there was something pleasing. He wanted him to have a proper burial and not have his body desecrated, and that was the way God honored. And that explained a lot of things, because there are a lot of people that, you know, they're dealing with ill children, and that's actually a very comforting passage that, you know, maybe it's just like what you said with your dad, you know, maybe it's better he's out of this wicked world. I mean, if I'm interpreting you right. But one atheist channel picked up on that. They were cursing and swearing their allegiance to Satan, because they were playing the tape of me just reading those passages. Wow. And they were flipping out, calling God and all sorts of vulgar names that I wouldn't repeat on my channel unless I put say discretion advised. This is not me saying, but you need to hear. Yeah. And then they were, after I read that passage in First Kings, they said, they're swearing their allegiance to Satan at that point. I mean, they literally said that they would be with Satan because they couldn't stand what was there. And so some people will just have that reaction. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to even try to placate them or play their games. They have said where they are. And, some of them are nice enough to me personally, and I'm not trying to pick a fight with them. But it's like my focus now, especially, is to help Christians that are struggling with their faith, that want to believe, that also need assurance in these times. So even if they're relatively strong believers, it's natural for them to hunger for more reassurance. And also, as we start to present evidence and reasons to them, it puts them in a very worshipful mood. Because when you see the wonder and power of God, you can't help it.
Amen.
And so it's like, no, I'm trying to get out of the debate circuit. I want to be there to supply evidence and reasons to encourage people.
Debates don't solve anything, because you got to remember, it's like the movie Fight Club. First rule, there is no Fight Club, right? And that's the atheistic way. First rule, there is no Fight Club. So they're denying that there is what they're doing straight off the bat. And, something that you said a bit earlier, just Ray Comfort just popped into my head. And I've spoken with him many times down there on the Huntington Beach Pier. And, I like him. I've got his the Ray Comfort Bible, which has the scientific, and it takes out, it's a King James version. It's very good. I do have a few, we can't be 100% on the same line. And, I watch some of his, I'll stand there for a couple of hours and watch him go through, 4 people, through his interviews, when he's standing up on a soapbox, and, he offers them, Bible tracts, and sometimes money, sometimes this and that. And, the dumb stares that people give when he starts asking his questions, and they want to answer honestly, but they shield themselves because they can feel a shame coming at them. Right. And that makes them uncomfortable. And Ray Comfort does make them uncomfortable by asking them that, but he's not ashamed to ask them because it's biblical. And it's, if you ever watch some of his little episodes, those are just so he doesn't get kicked off of YouTube. But if you actually watched physically his interaction with a person that says, I'm an atheist, the way that they treat Ray Comfort in the disrespect, trying to tear his theology down. It's just like, because he used to do this in New Zealand, in the middle of the square all the time. Wow. So he would, when he came to America many moons ago, he started doing the same thing. And if you watch it live, you can just see the person. It's almost like you can see the darkness being brought back by the light. You know what I'm saying? It's like the light's shining, and then you just see the darkness of the person kind of melting, and then all of a sudden, the darkness starts fighting back. It's just it's a spiritual thing to watch it for a couple hours. I'll just stand there. I'll have an ice cream in my hand from the the ice cream place, and I'll just sit there and just watch him do his thing. And when he does the private interviews, they ask him first, hey, look, they don't just walk up to somebody. There has to be disclaimers, right? So anyway, there are some people that just he's trying to give them the light, and they can't get it. They don't get it. And there's always a pinning thing in their life that got them that way, whether it was maybe a death in the family, what they call it.
I totally get that. And you're talking about my demeanor. One reason I tend to be more patient with atheists is I was there. Not that I was ever an atheist, but I had bouts of agnosticism. It's very simple. It's very simple. My dad was dying, praying to God, and I'm like, God, at least do something to comfort me. And I didn't hear any visitation or voice. I didn't see any healing. And that just about broke me. And I said, that's where a lot of people, I wouldn't say all of them, but that's where a lot of them are.
Right.
There's a lot of tragedy in this world. And you're like, well, if there's a God, why doesn't he fix it? Because we're calling out to him, calling out his name. And I had to really work through that because you sign up for the Christian faith, you're signing up to bear your own cross, and you're going to expect other Christians to bear theirs. And then you're going to expect the wicked to even, they're going to suffer too with no comfort. So, and I'm just like, okay, this is what you're signing up for, because God's not going to, if Jesus bore his cross, you're going to bear it too. And he's going to expect you. And it's like, and it says in 2 Corinthians 4:17, my favorite verse, these momentary light afflictions are building for you an eternal weight of glory. So all those prayers where I felt God was giving me, feeling and making me feel indifferent. It's like, no, that's part of the suffering I had to bear up with. But I mean, these are really hard lessons. But the thing that kept me going, I said, well, what's the alternative? What better alternative did any of the atheists have to offer than Jesus Christ?
Zero.
I mean, exactly.
I mean, I could spend hours and hours and hours talking about my father's testimony. And, but I always go back to, it was around Christmas time, and my father died on February 7th, 2007. It was around Christmas time, and I was having trouble with my wife at the time. And she didn't want to go to the midnight service and at our church. And so my dad got angry, very angry that, my wife did not want to. And I said, Dad, look, she's in a place right now. I don't know where our marriage is going. There's just a bunch of darkness around. I don't know what she's doing, where it's coming from, but it just seems, we lasted another 6 years. So my father, he was slipping into a dementia, if you will, because he had a brain aneurysm the year before. He was a type 1 diabetic, low blood sugar. Being a doctor, he was actually there, but it was one of those hospitals that was more of an HMO that he was seeing a patient at. And they kept him out. If they would have got to him 10 minutes earlier, raised his blood sugar a little bit more, he wouldn't have had his aneurysm. And so anyway, so he's kind of slipping in and out. He was, lucid, then he was not so lucid, those type of things. And it was actually, I guess in January, I was over there watching a documentary or something like that with my parents. And, there was a silent time after the show was over. And I looked at my dad, and the way the couches were set up were face to face. And then you had the television to the left, right, against the wall. And so I sat next to my father, and I said, Dad, I know where this is, hard for me to say, but I have to say it. I said, you've done enough. You've raised everything. My 2 older stepbrothers, You taught me well, taught my younger brother well, taught my sister well. It's time for the changing of the guard.
And
he
this is
looked
your
at me.
dad, the medical doctor.
Yeah, and he looked at me and he goes, he just a big like inhale and exhale, like a big one. Like when you ask somebody, you're holding a stethoscope to the back, give me a big inhale, a big exhale, It was almost like he was relieved. And I was like, Dad, you put up a big fight, your whole life, getting through medical school. That's the whole testimony of my father. I could write a book about it. I probably should. So anyway, fast forward a couple of weeks, and I said to my dad, "Hey, look, let's go have some lunch." And this is over the phone. I said, "Let's go have some lunch. We'll go to your favorite place because we know they have good soups and things like that. So we'll go there." And lo and behold, the business that I was in, I had a call from a client, and I had to go see them, so I had to cancel the lunch. So I texted my dad, and he called me back, and he said, "That's okay. I'm just gonna, get a few things, and then I'll probably have a nap." I said, "Okay." So I was thinking I was going to go there, but I was so tired after dealing with the day. I went home, and my wife she was in her good mood that time. She cooked dinner and things like that. And so I was eating dinner, and then it was time for us to go to bed. And I said, I should text Dad. And all of a sudden I get a call from my mom that my dad had passed. And wow, I got to tell you, man, my heart just went down to my big toe. I was like, are you kidding me? But I stepped in the mud anyway. I told my father, look, you've done enough. So now me as the oldest of his, being his oldest son, I knew what I had to do. And it took my younger brother. That's another story unto itself. It took my younger brother. It took him 10 years for me and my younger brother to finally reconcile.
Yeah.
Because he looked at me as like I abandoned the family, big, huge, things. I was using mom and dad's money and all, he accused me of everything under the sun. And so we could never get together other than Christmas was the only time I ever saw him. And it took 10 years for us to finally bond as brothers.
Wow.
It was, yeah. And
you know it. You know it. Wow.
And now I'm his big brother. He'll ask me things, because now he knows. He just thought I was a flake. Yeah, I went to Australia and I came back. He just thought I was a flake just living off mom and dad, and that wasn't the case. It was just when I got back to America, I needed some starting money, and my parents fronted the money, so I started, doing business and things like that. And he didn't. He's 15 years younger than me, so he didn't see it that way, right? And so finally, he realized out in the real world where he had a job how it really works, So he was like, and
really the way the economy's going, he who has little, it gets taken away, and those who have the most, it's added. I mean, there's certain economic principles that keep just playing out again, and so sometimes that's why there has to be someone in your life who's going to give you the capital to jumpstart, because in today's economy, it's just not the way it used to be. There's so many barriers to being able to survive now that didn't used to be the case.
Right.
And there was one thing I wanted to it was almost, it just slipped my mind.
That's okay. I'll come back.
I had a point I wanted to make.
Yeah, but I had to.
Now I remember what I wanted to say.
There you go.
Go ahead.
Good for you. Here it comes. Yep.
It is that. So I focused a lot on abiogenesis and evolutionary theory, particularly eukaryotic evolution,
And right.
Because that's something no one talks about, but it's actually one of the worst problems for evolutionary theory. You can just cut the tree of life right there at the bottom.
Right.
And I said, the thing is, if evolution is true, it doesn't do anything for you in terms of giving you hope and meaning. But if creation is true, it does something, because if it is true, it lends more credibility to the scriptures. Because if creation is true, and the one thing that I noticed, I said, you see intelligent design in the world, but you also see that the evidence of a curse, and that accords exactly with Christian theology. I said, for a long time there's just intelligent design, which came out from what they call natural theology. And I'm a big advocate of that. But I said creationism completes the picture, because it says we're intelligently designed and also cursed. And I mean, that's my that's not the exact definition of the distinction between ID and creationism, but that's the way.
Right. I understand what you're saying.
That's something that creationism adds a dimension to. I said, there's a metaphysical component now. If life is created and designed, and it's obviously cursed, I mean, you can totally see that. That means Christianity is true, and that has implications of how we then live. And it also gives hope, but it's also scary, because there's the other side about God's law and what'll happen on Judgment Day. But evolutionary theory just if evolution is true, how does that give meaning to life? In fact, Will Provine had said it doesn't. He said, there's no morals, there's no good, there's no evil, there's no meaning. And then Dawkins would echo the same thing. And Will Provine's probably slightly more respected in academic circles, so I might quote him a little bit more, because people give me a hard time if I quote just Dawkins.
Right. Yeah.
So I will quote one of the most respected evolutionary biologists in academia. They respect Provine more than they would Dawkins.
Provine.
And I was just like, at least even their side will admit that it doesn't do anything for you. So I said, so then if there's a chance that creationism is true, that gives us hope. And that's where my point was, is that suddenly the work that I'd been doing for the last 7 years professionally, and then kind of on the side before that, for a total of 20 years, it's like, this actually makes sense for where I am now. Because I tell you what, the grieving process after my dad died, I was just, I was in a tailspin as a human being.
Heart was heavy.
But this second round, after 20 years of studying abiogenesis and evolution theory and chemistry and all the sciences, and seeing, what the Bible says is, it's more believable now. This last round, I've had more comfort, because I'm like, I look at the cell. There is a God.
Well,
there is a God.
The interesting analogy I use sometimes, because I don't know if you have children or not, but I have a son and a daughter, and we used to take them to the bowling alley, and you have the gutters in a bowling lane, right? So you have gutter to the left, gutter to the right. If you make a mistake on the ball, it's going to go into the gutter, right? Well, once you become a Christian, the guardrails go up like they do for the children. It keeps you on the path, but you have to keep asking Jesus Christ. When I pray, I don't pray as much as I should. I try to pray while I'm driving in the car. Pray, but basically, it's Job had that hedge of protection that Satan says that he had, and I ask for that. Certain things that I'm going into, that I know that I'm not over my head, but I'm talking to somebody that it's going to be a tough deal, something to deal with. It's going to be very tough. It's not just your average Joe, right? And I'll go in there and I say, hey, it's your will. I'm going to you're going to give me something to say in there that's going to flip this person's mind so that they see what, the advantages for using my company versus somebody else. And it's not like begging the question that, oh, you only got it because God, willed you to have it. No, I want my own attributes to shine. But sometimes, as we know, we forget things because, no matter how knowledgeable you are, you're going to leave something out that just didn't flip that switch on to the person that you're speaking to. And so that's where God comes in. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, what about, and that's that guardrail going up, right? So instead of a gutter ball, it still stayed in the lane. That's how I look at it.
I'm also, just because of the events of the last, what happened 2 weeks ago with my mother passing, you begin to reflect on things about your life. And it was funny, when she was in the hospital, I gave a talk on cures for doubting Thomas. And I just mentioned there, I said, now around 2003, I was thinking of getting married. And it just was like, Sal, you're not ready. I remember after just kind of, I played tennis with a young lady I was interested in, and it was it felt like a really romantic night. And she asks me, where would you like to live when you get married? And then she asked, how many kids would you want? I don't even remember what I answered.
She was going down the checklist, brother.
Oh goodness, this was okay. So I'll never. Yeah, it was like the fall of 2002, and we were out with friends one time, and right in front of her boyfriend, she asked me, I was just telling her, I said, yeah, the young lady I used to play tennis with, she's going back to school, and she said, you play tennis? And I said, yeah. And she said, let's go play sometime. I'm just like, I felt really uncomfortable. I said, don't look at me that way and ask me that for your boyfriend, because he's also my friend too. Well, she broke up with him 4 days later and then called me up, and he said, I had a voicemail saying she'd like to play tennis with me. Yeah. So this was, goodness. And she's, she was the most beautiful girl in the church. All the guys were asking around. She was wanting, she's wanting me to pick her up and take her to church and sit beside me, play tennis. So we went out to dinner and stuff. And I was like, oh, where did that go? Uh-oh, we got cut off. So I'm going to have to do this solo. So what ended up happening was I ended up just taking inventory of things. I said, Sal, just take a checklist about whether you're ready for something like this. And it just didn't add up. I said, I really love the girl, but I just have a feeling that I'm not what she needs. I mean, I think we're both good people, but we're both good people, but this isn't what the Lord has in mind. And I said, the next guy she meets is going to be her husband. And that turned out to be the case. And there's no bitter feelings there, because it was more like, this is God's will. And I was happy for her, because I was a little bit sad for myself. It was shortly thereafter my dad passed away, April 27, 2003. And it became clear, now looking in retrospect, the 18 years that I've taken care of my mother, and especially like the last 7 years, I was almost 24/7, but thank God I had a job where I could work from home and study biology and science and research and creation science. That the Lord put me in a place where where I was well matched to the task at hand. I probably was not well matched to be a husband and father, but I was well matched to be a son to a widowed mother who really was very lonely and heartbroken, and she needed someone to comfort her. And it says true religion, it says in the New Testament, true religion is to comfort orphans and widows in their distress. And I had the privilege of doing that. It was easy because she was my mother. Yeah, Alex, I have no control on bringing you back. LPP would have to come back. Otherwise, I'm going to have to do this solo. And then I probably will sign off soon because my sister's in town for my mother's funeral. And I have to get up early and pick her up from a relative's home. But I want to thank everyone who's been praying for me and supporting me. Some of you, most of you know this, that on April 30th of this year, my mother passed away. I was at her side. I thought she was going to recover. She was 95 years old, a Christian. And I was there. They brought her home from the hospital, and I was expecting her to recover, even though she's 95 years old. I had she had a little congestion, and I was just sitting at my computer, just trying to think the next step I needed to do, and all the challenges I'd have to deal with to help her recover. And I was really expecting her to live to be 100. I know that's a lot to ask, and I was praying that, and people here were praying that for me, because we wanted to see her. I wanted to see her. I wanted to have her live long enough to see me publish some books and accomplish a few more things in life. And but I heard the congestion clear up, and I was elated. So I took the stethoscope out, and there's a hospital bed here near me. In fact, let me show it to you. This is, oh boy. See, there's a hospital bed here. And so I was actually just seated right here, and I went over with the stethoscope, and I said, "Oh, her lungs are clear. Praise the Lord." And then she just stopped breathing. So I believe she had a heart attack. At that age, I don't think they're gonna, there were so many things wrong. Any number of things could have taken her life, but just kind of the way she went, it was just, I would guess it was a heart attack. Now, to the best of my estimation, she was probably knocked out cold from fatigue and just asleep. She didn't feel a thing. Probably the next 24 hours are probably one of the two worst times of my entire life. The other time was when Dad passed away. And that Saturday, I got a call from Dr. Sandy Pigeon. Many of you have seen him on my YouTube channel. He and I attended the same church here in Northern Virginia. He came out to Mom's memorial service today, and he said, "Listen up." And, he called me on the phone, and I said, of anyone that I wanted to hear from, I wanted to hear from a combat veteran that's dealt with death. And he said, "Listen up, Sal. Your mom's in a better place right now. I know it hurts." And it just struck me. I said, he's right. She's a Christian. She's more alive that moment than at any time. This whole thing about creation, evolution, and I'm just repeating myself at this point, but since I've seen some people just join in the chat. First off, all of you who prayed for me and expressed your condolences, I couldn't believe the outpouring. And every time, I got to tell you, right after I posted on my channel, just about every time I read a comment, my eyes were just bawling out. So if you wonder why I'm in a good mood right now, it's because I've totally cried my eyes out, and I don't think I have any tears left. I need to kind of refill the tank now, because there's hardly any tears left. I've cried so much today, just unbelievable. I'm just out of tears. But that moment, I had comfort. I said, she is. Everything that I've studied in the 20 years about creation evolution, which points to the Christian faith, I said, now it really is. It does count for something. Because if evolution is true, what comfort is there? And my mother is a lifelong Catholic, but I think toward the end of her life, she was becoming very Protestant. And I was reading the Bible to her as frequently as I could, starting with the book of Genesis. And the priest today gave a very Protestant sermon so Christ-centered rather than ceremony-centered and sacrament-centered or centered on Mary, which would be very traditional Catholic themes. This one was focusing on Jesus Christ and the meaning he had. And he said, what really separates us from the other faiths is Jesus Christ and the fact that he has broken the sting of death. And I said, everything that I've studied as far as creation, evolution, if the creationists are right, this makes all the difference. If the evolutionists are right, life is meaningless. Everything that I'm suffering has no meaning. And so when Dr. Pigeon called me and said, hey, Sal, listen up. She's in good hands. And I was just like, thank God, because I was exhausted caring for her 24/7. If you love someone, you want to give 10 times more than you're capable of, and that'll just wear you out. And, you know, it was easy in the sense that I didn't have to divide, because if you have like several kids and other family members, you can't give 100% to all of them, and that can be frustrating. I was able to give close to 100% to my mother, and so God made it easy. And but even then, I felt all my shortcomings. There are times I'd lost my temper because I just didn't get enough sleep, and trying to hold a job down at the same time. And I'm just like, Lord, I'm really tired and I really messed up. Please forgive me. And I realized the Lord is giving to her what I never could, and she's in a better place. My loss is her immeasurable gain, and that gave meaning to the suffering I had. I said, I can suck up the pain knowing that the trade-off is my mom is in the best care. I never have to worry about her. And really, on some level, I don't have to worry about me messing things up anymore, because I was always thinking, oh, if I don't get her medicines right, and I would mess up. If I don't get her food, if I don't do this or that. And now the burden's just lifted. And I've had the privilege of serving her for 18 years since Dad died. And I also realized, you know, God's provided a lot. 7 years ago, I didn't have a job, and Dr. John Sanford hired me. I volunteered. I said, you know, John, I had some problems with my prior career. I had a little bit of a breakdown when my father died, and I just couldn't perform. And I had to, you know, I resigned and tried to start a business that didn't work out so well. I need to rebuild my references. So I just wrote him and I said, could I just work for you for free for 3 months and, you know, maybe try to get a start? He said, no, I'm not going to accept that. I'm going to pay you. And so this ended up being a 7-year relationship where I did creation science research, and I had no biology training at the time. He said, don't worry about it, Sal. You have the right skills. You're an engineer. You have computational background in physics. This is what I need. This is what we need. You have the right skill sets. And so I was able to work from home and do what I really love and learn the miracles of what God has done in life, to find out that God has left his signature in the cell and in the universe, that he exists. He has, it says in Proverbs 25:2, it's the glory of God to conceal a matter. It's the glory of kings to search out a matter. So the things that we're discovering in the 21st century were ordained by God to be slightly hidden, not completely, but they were slightly hidden and are discoverable to those who are open to it, and then also discoverable to the enterprise of science, especially 21st century science, that can see that the cell has designs in it that exceed all the total knowledge and all the scientists and engineers. We cannot do some of the things. We cannot put together something as sophisticated as the cell. We could send men to the moon. We can send out space probes. We can build supercomputers. We can build nuclear reactors, build all sorts of technology. We cannot create some of the chemicals, even some of the basic chemicals, as we could see from James Tour's talk. We can't take some of the best synthetic chemists and make the chemicals that we see in lights. I mean, so we're talking not even a complete cell, just some of the basic chemicals, it exceeds our ability. And I've said that the designer, the intelligent designer, the Christian God, it's almost like he picked really good materials to let us know that a sophisticated mind and a God with capabilities that exceed human technology, even 21st century technology, is there that put this together, because we can't make even some of the basic chemicals. So this is kind of a chance for me to promote a tentatively scheduled talk with Dr. Rob Stadler, who's a PhD from MIT and Harvard in biomedical engineering. He wrote a book with Dr. Change Tan, who is a professor of molecular biology at University of Missouri. And this is great because both of them are creationists. Both of them are young Earth creationists. And we were scheduled to do a debate. We were in negotiations, correct, for one side to represent the question of whether DNA is evidence of God. So the original team was going to be me and John Maddox, and the other team was eager for that because I think they really had it in for John. And I said, why don't we have a backup plan in case one of us isn't able to show up? I suggested Rob Stadler. When I suggested Rob Stadler, John Maddox said, well, actually, Sal, why don't you make the first team, you and Rob Stadler? He would just be in the back as a backup, or he said he'd pay to see that debate. So when we proposed that Rob Stadler and I be the team to represent the affirmative, that DNA is evidence of God, the other side backed out of the debate. So what we decided, since I had sneered Rob Stadler in the debate anyway, I said, hey, Rob, why don't we just go ahead and state the case that we would have made in our debate, and we won't be constrained by time, and therefore we could be a little bit more verbose and argue our case better. And he said, yeah, let's do that. So this coming Thursday, we're gonna attempt to do that. At least that's tentatively scheduled. I have to try to settle some things. So before I sign off, I want to thank John Maddox for having me on. And I really want to thank all the community that has supported and prayed for me, because I have to tell you, and for those who suffered loss, I don't need to tell you, you know how bad it can hurt. And I was just totally not functional for like the first few days. But I got the comfort, the peace that surpasses all understanding. I would just feel that every now and then. And it says, and it was just funny. One of my creationist friends sent me a video. His name's Dr. Job Martin. And for several decades now, he's just been touring in his van with his family, his wife and his two daughters. Actually, it was his wife, he and his wife for a long time until his daughters graduated college. And he'd be going around speaking at churches, and he had these videos that he sent me, and one of them was the Storms of Life, which I didn't bother to watch at the time. But last Sunday, I was just grieving. I said, Lord, I have a mixture of hope and grief at the same time. But I still, I need you to help me get through this, because this is tough. And I need to hold it together because my family needs me at this time. They're grieving too. And I went through that video, and he said, this is how you weather the storms of life. You look to Jesus. You look to Jesus, and that'll make sense of it. You're going to have trouble in this world. And I know that, sounds almost cliched, but it made sense. I said, I'm not going to focus on all the things I wish I could have done for Mom. And there's so many. I mean, I could go around this house and I could see all the projects that I was trying to get set up for her, the garden I was planting for her, the rooms that I was trying to clean up to make her a little happier, the food I was trying to cook, all the entertainment I had lined up, and all the plans to read the Bible to her, and it was pretty painful. I mean, going through the refrigerator, I said, look at all the food that I cooked for her, and she's not going to be there. And Dr. Martin said, don't look at that. Look to Jesus. Think about, let that be your focus. And the pain started to ease. I said, yeah, that's what I really need to think about. God's taking care of Mom. Look to Jesus. And that was getting me through. So I just, I don't know, that was just an anecdote. God provided the comfort I needed when I really needed it. So maybe maybe I should wrap up here. My channel will be not so much, I'm really not going to be trying to debate atheists, because I feel we need to debate and address their arguments. And sometimes they have really good, compelling things in terms of their good questions that Christians have on their hearts, but sometimes the atheists will articulate it for them. And, my channel will attempt to address that, but not really have them on. I don't want to give them a big platform on my channel where they could just, just sometimes spew nonsense, honestly. They can start their own YouTube channel. I will try to address their arguments. I will focus on trying to educate, and I'm trying to learn how to try to teach more at a level that's more accessible, because most of my work with Dr. Sanford the last 7 years, rhetorically speaking, I just wanted to tell Dr. Sanford, there are only 30 people on the planet that would understand or care what we wrote about, talking about this particular enzyme and this particular organism. And it's great stuff that we could share with faculty members, but I was just feeling I'm not reaching out to the Christians that I want to reach out to, homeschool families and the youth at church, and those who are struggling with doubts, who want to believe, but they're finding it hard. Because I was there 20 years ago. I nearly left the Christian faith 21 years ago. And I had all these questions that the atheists would put forward. And I said, I don't hear a lot of answers from the Christians. And I'm going to try to go through that. There's some basic things, I have videos that I did on, like the problem of evil and the hidden God. And I'm definitely going to redo them in the process of writing books for that. But then also, we keep thinking of better ways, along with Rob Stadler and Change Tan and others, to present highly technical material in simpler terms. But then we don't want that to be the end all, because there are a lot of science students that are in college or high school students. Some of the AP chemistry stuff I'm really impressed with, even at the high school level. We want to leverage what they're learning, and then to help them see the intelligent design of life, and that will help them. When they're at university, they're going to be bombarded constantly for 4 years with different viewpoints, and we want to help equip them with the tools to be able to deal in that environment where you feel totally outnumbered, but you'll be able to use your science knowledge to, it was intended by those who are against Christianity to use science against Christianity. That weapon will actually be turned as a weapon against atheism, against evolutionary theory, against abiogenesis theory. So there's going to be a mix of things that we'll try to reach out to a general audience, but then we'll have a lot of stuff that is focused to the scientific audience, like that would be college level science students, graduate students, even professors. But then I'm trying to move now down into maybe high school level, and then also helping homeschool families, the parents and the children. So to that end, I hope that I can work with you in this coming year. It's going to be challenging, and I found a very good partner to complement me, Dr. Sandy Pigeon. I met he and his wife today, a wonderful couple. They came out to my mother's memorial service. Some of you have seen him. he's our retired Navy SEAL, just a really brave guy, and just a wonderful guy all around. And so I hope the two of us will be working in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area to do outreach, but then we'll also have some of our outreach on the internet. So this should be a lot of fun, God willing. So with that, I'm just, I feel privileged to be able to close out this segment on Logical, Plausible, Probables channel, just to announce that I'm planning, I feel led to continue the work on my channel. And then I'm actually building out a website where the information will be more organized. And then I think the more important thing is I'm probably now free to travel, which I wasn't for the last 7 years, because I was homebound. And it was really hard to leave home. Because I was at my mother's side caring for her. She was not very mobile, and she needed help just getting to places. But now she's in the best possible place that she could be in all reality, in the presence of the Lord. And now I am free to travel, and I'm looking forward to giving presentations. So with that said, come to think of it, if any of you are in the DC area and you're part of a Bible study in a church and you'd like me to come by and it's not too far from me, I will do it for free. I would be delighted to do that. So I don't know how far I'm going to be able to travel from the geographic area. If I'm able to get someone to house sit here, because I don't want to leave the home without someone here actually looking after the house, because I don't want, I don't want it to be left unattended. If this will happen, then I could probably even tour the country, which would be exciting. So you all can be praying for that. And so wherever any of you are, I'm looking forward to the upcoming time. And I can't tell you, it's been a privilege to serve and to give information, because I hope that I've been able to give as much as I have received, because I have felt that I've received so much in the way of support and love and appreciation, and it's just really lifted my soul. And so I hope that I've been able to give some of that back. So with that, take care, good night, and God bless you.